All right. All right, let's get it going, guys. All right, what's up, man? Big man Ting, what's going on, brother? We'll just give everyone some time to kind of get trickle in, so that way. Give everyone some time to trickle in. Zerzex, what's up, brother? All right. Just putting it in the Discord there. Didn't expect a YouTube stream. I switched to YouTube a while back on the streams. I still do Patreon exclusive streams that are separate, but we're just trying to give everyone a chance to get in here since we started it about 3 minutes ago. Don't want anyone to miss the beginning. So if you guys have anything you guys want to chit chat about, we'll chit chat for a little bit, just kind of chat around, and then we'll transition over. Also, let me know if the stream drops any frames or anything, because my Steam sometimes will just randomly update a game and I'll have to change it. Zerzex, what are you doing? Aren't you usually asleep at this time? I usually watch your walkthrough on Hack the Box. You're very smart and your explanations are very, very simple to easy to understand. I appreciate that, man. I'm no smarter than anybody else, but I appreciate the kind words. I'm gonna plug my phone in real quick. An AI red teaming module, can you review it and post a video? I will not review anything. I won't do anything that is not a tier 0. They have taken down, if you look, they copyright striked every video I did that was not a tier 0. And so I'm not going to review anything. I'm not going to help promote anything on their platform when they're Hack the Box has a business model that is designed around money grabbing, not around progressing the profession. So for me, that is why I don't use them, frankly, other than some small stuff like this, because this is a good time frame. This is a couple hours. Blackism, what's up, brother? This one I think takes 2 hours, so it'll probably take about an hour to actually do. So it won't be anything crazy. But I can't show anything from those modules. All right, looks like we've got... Oh, Phil, tell me now. Looks like we got a handful of people in here. We'll go ahead and get started. And by the way, just feel free to jump in, ask questions, whatever. I don't know how delayed it is, so feel free to ask questions and jump in anytime that I'm going through these, and I will 100% just stop and talk about something. All right, so this is something I see all the time, actually, with college students. So almost every university student I see, they watch some of my videos, and I've talked about, will it be saved my YouTube channel? Yes. Yes, but I will probably edit it down to just give, to take out like the chatting piece and then upload the walkthrough. Probably do that to the Patreon, since it'll take a lot of, but the just raw live stream will be there on the YouTube. Yep. So one of the big things I see with college kids and new people is they watch some of my videos, and like the first thing they think or they say is like, okay, well, I want to get started. And then if you watch some of my videos, it says like, I did vulnerability assessments, or I did pen tests for companies and stuff like that. And a lot of people, and that's true, I used to do that to get started. That's how I got a lot of experience in the real world. And a lot of people don't understand that you can do a security assessment of a system with absolutely zero experience, zero real knowledge, just basic Googling, and you can provide value to someone. So it's one of those things that is actually almost like too easy, and this is how auditors do it. When I say this specifically isn't how auditors do it, what we're going to cover, but auditors don't have, I know there's going to be some auditor that watches this and says like, well, I definitely have the experience. Most auditors don't have any real world experience. They're knowledge based. They have a checklist of things to look at. They're those types of positions, and they might have some IT background, but not a ton. So you can do the same thing with a security assessment. So this is why I chose this box specifically on vulnerability assessment, is because if you're using OpenVAS, you can literally create a little Raspberry Pi scanner, right? Saying, what's up, brother? No, you're not late. I think we started, I'm trying to look at the time, about 10 minutes ago. So you're right on time, actually. So like one of the things I did years and years ago when I first started is, I created just a little scanner using OpenVAS on a Raspberry Pi. I had it set up where I just put in the IPs and all that stuff, the basic configurations, and I could run to any company in the world and say, hey, you want a vulnerability assessment? And they say, yeah, sure, I guess. And you could just plug this thing in, let it run on a Saturday, Sunday. It doesn't have a ton of power, so it's going to take a little bit. But let it run for a weekend or something and come back. I write up a report, and I just gave you a full vulnerability assessment. It just took a little spin up, like super, super easy. And you might say, well, that's not a real security assessment, or why isn't it? If I tell you you're missing patches, that's a security assessment, right? So people will talk about all the time how to get real world experience. It's not that hard. People just overthink it. They think you have to be this insane security professional to add value, and you don't. A lot of companies, especially mid-size and small companies, are really just looking for any help, right? So if you have value and you need to gain real-world experience, why not help each other And that's kind of why I chose this topic. So, and if you guys want me just to fly through it, I can, but I want to give you guys as much value as I can. And anyone that's not done my live streams before, typically it's very open. You guys just ask questions, and it's kind of more of a relaxed environment. I'm not going to sit here and just read this to you or anything like that. I'm just going to chit chat and we're going to go through it. All right. So here's some of the things, right? The security assessments on their network computers and applications every so often, blah, blah. So if you're talking about legitimate security assessments, there are requirements for compliance for certain security assessments, but we're not going to talk about that here. We're talking about just basic security assessments here. So you have your vulnerability assessment, right? These are appropriate for all organizations and networks. So any large organization probably has vulnerability assessments, and typically it's under a category of VM, vulnerability management, right? And and the big thing with vulnerability management to take away is that vulnerability management is done, whether it's done well, it's done at almost every company, unless they outsource it or something like that. And this is one of the hardest things to really get good at, is vulnerability management. But if you get really good at it, you add a ton of value. And the reason it gets really hard is because from a knowledge perspective, if you're in college, if you're new to the game, it sounds so simple, right? You have a vulnerability scanner. That vulnerability scanner scans to see if there's vulnerabilities, right? And you send that result to a team that should patch. It sounds as simple as that. Anyone that's done this in practice, it is not that simple. It is not that easy. And there is a ton of moving parts to make all of that work appropriately. And as you get in bigger companies, it gets harder and harder and harder, and it just gets more and more complex. So if you can start at the lowest level, work your way up, then you're already off to the races, right? So vulnerability assessment, definitely the place to start before penetration testing. If you're trying to get into the industry, get real world experience, that type of thing. Penetration testing, very few people are going to just trust you doing a pen test on their environment if you have no background. All right. And by the way, guys, if you guys like the live streams, check out the Patreon too, because even with the free members, we're doing monthly happy hours in there, to where we can do live streams where we do gaming or just chit chat or Q&As or whatever you guys want. So you guys can treat this as a Q&A too. Feel free to ask any questions. And I'll be drinking a lot of fluids because, as you can tell, my voice is kind of raspy. All right. So here at Hack the Box, we love pen testing. Okay. Our labs and many other blah, blah. Yep. So pen testing, if you guys aren't familiar with pen testing, feel free to speak up, but most people that watch my channel are probably pretty familiar with pen testing. Like I said, if you're not, feel free to ask a question, but I would assume most of you are. So there's external pen tests, internal pen tests, gray box, black box, all that stuff. The main thing is external and internal. It's Bourbon Saturday. It's always Bourbon Saturday on Saturday. So the big thing with external and internal, right, is there's usually different reasons companies get pen tests. That will drive typically the scope of the pen test. A lot of people think companies go out and get pen tests because they want to be more secure. If you're one of those people, please say something in the chat. Let me know how many of you think companies go get pen tests every year because they want to be more secure. They want to test their security, right? How many of you think that that's what the main driver of pen tests for most companies? And I'll give you guys a second to answer because I'm genuinely curious. And again, I don't know how delayed the stream is. Sometimes it's quick, sometimes it delays a little bit more, so I apologize if I'm a little behind on on the chat. And as I wait for you guys to answer that, so we have black box testing. This is where you have no knowledge. You literally, it would be as if you came off the street and the company said, hey, I'll give you money to try and break in here. And that's it. That's all you know about them, right? Just for compliance, that's a good point. So a lot of companies, most companies, do it specifically because they have to, right? A company that has not experienced a breach typically probably isn't getting a pen test done unless they're told they have to. Why? They don't fully understand what could ensue if they actually do that. Now, every now and then you'll get a company that just happens to have a good security manager or something like that who does just want to genuinely be better. But typically a pen test is done because it has to be. And if that's the case, I've done a lot of, so most of you guys know I own a consulting company, and I've had customers I've just said, no, I'm not going to help them. Because if you come to me and you're like, we have to have this pen test done, it needs to be done next week, and, it's for compliance, and I start asking questions about the scope and dig in a little bit, and then you're like, well, I don't really care. I have to do this piece for compliance, and that's all I want. I'm probably not going to do the pen test because I'm not going to enjoy it, because it's going to be basically a checklist. You're not going to get anything out of it because you probably already know what I'm going to find based on that checklist. And it's just not something that helps anybody. Now, is the compliance good? Yeah, it still forces something that's needed, but it's not really going to push your security to the next level. Now, if you come in and say, hey, we have to do a yearly pen test, but we can take this opportunity to, learn about our environment, try and grow, try and gain some security insight, get your expertise, all that stuff, then now we're dealing with someone that wants to improve versus somebody that's just trying to check a box. And now that's more of a valid pen test. It's going to really give you actually what you need for it. So you have your black box. I will tell you, black box pen testing really isn't, I say this hesitantly, but it's not really around as much anymore for the right reasons, right? It's not needed. Why would I ever do a black box pen test? Let me ask you guys this. When an attacker attacks your network, right? Do you think they're doing it in a black box? Do you think they're coming in off the street going, no idea who this person is, let's attack them? No. They're doing recon. They have information. There's an entire recon phase of the attack chain, right? They are learning from it. When that happens, they have a lot of knowledge when they come in to attack you, right? Advanced attackers, anyway. So why would I treat the pen test differently? And a lot of people say, well, the black box pen test is because I want the attacker, or I want you to attack me like the attacker would. Well, okay. Are you going to pay me for the 6 months work? Because an attacker has unlimited time, right? An attacker has 6 months. They have a year. They have 2 years. They have 3 years. They have as long as they want. However long it takes them to figure out what they're doing to get in, right? Are you going to pay me that? Because if you want to pay me, my year salary to do that, sure, I'll sit here all day long and pen test you. But if you're paying me for a week, do you think you're going to get more out of that week if I already have all the information? They don't have their own methodology. Every attack, they kind of have their own methodology. I guess each one does things a little different, but every attack has to follow the attack kill chain, basically. There's not really a way to get around that. It's just the way that attacks formulate. You theoretically could bypass maybe some steps if you had an opportunistic attack. You could avoid some recon and stuff like that, but most of them follow the same methodology, especially we're talking about APTs. But the reality is, if you're paying me for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks is probably pushing it. But if you're paying me for a couple of weeks of work, you probably want the most value out of it, right? You want to get your money's worth. Well, how do you get your money's worth? Well, that's pretty simple. Give me all the information I'm going to find during recon, right? Because I'm going to ask for it. Give it to me. And now I can bypass that whole phase and just start the enumeration and attack phase, right? I can just start. So you can pay me for months, or If you don't want to do that, because I get all the time, well, I want you to attack me like this, like a real attacker would. Okay. In a week's pen test, if I have to do all the recon, figure out what you own, do all that stuff, right? Okay. Maybe the first 3 days is going to be recon, and then you get maybe 2 to 3 days of actual pen testing. So you just paid me for a week's work, and the first 3 days I was actually just researching your environment. Is that worth it to you? Maybe. I don't see the value, but that's why black box testing isn't nearly as common anymore. Now, external testing is common. This is what you normally have to get for compliance. And what this is, hey, I'm just focused on the targets are only your external attack surface. I think my dog just barked, so I'm just listening for him. But the big thing here is external facing, right? If there's internal, usually that's a little bit more of an in-depth pen test, and it usually has totally different objectives and a totally different scope. And that's why that you really usually differentiate them. It's not super common to do an external and internal at the same time. If you do, you're going to be there a while, but it's possible, right? All right. You have your gray box, right? Your gray box is you have a little bit of knowledge. And to be fair, in any pen test in the world, it's almost always a gray box at minimum. And the reason for that is like this says here, requiring them to perform their own discovery for IP addresses and stuff like that for black box. That would be really, really hard in a real scenario. And when I say hard, I don't mean hard for the pen tester. It'd be hard for them to stay in scope. If I don't know what you own, if I don't know what you have permission to touch, if I don't know what environment you actually are working with, I could very easily take over one of your machines or something and pivot into one of your supply chains or whatever, and I could very easily be out of scope in a matter of, really short period of time. And I've seen pen testers step out of scope, and sometimes it's their fault, sometimes it's not. And so that's an example of like almost always like, there's going to be a very clear set of IP addresses and things for the scope. And so right away you already have kind of your gray box, because even if they give you a range, you're still kind of sitting here with gray box. And then usually there's going to be some exclusions, right? They're going to be like, don't touch the CEO's stuff, don't touch the C-levels, that type of stuff, because they might have access to data that, they don't want you seeing, all kinds of stuff like that. So then you have on the third part of the spectrum is the white box, right? This is giving the pen tester full access to all systems. This, if you have a good pen tester, is your most valuable. And the reason I say that is if you give me access to all of your stuff, I can spend most of my time dedicated to finding those issues. If you give me basically just some of the stuff, then part of my time is going to be dedicated to discovery. And in this case, a white box pen test avoids that time, right? I just realized my light's not on. There you go. That'll save you guys a little bit. Save me a little bit. All right. Any questions on the black box, gray box, white box stuff? If we don't have any questions, we'll just keep it moving. Now, this is something that some people get the lines blurred a little bit, but web application, they say application pen tester here, but web application pen tester, whatever. A web application pen tester is different. A application pen test is different than a network pen test, okay? The main difference here is application, obviously focused on one application, so maybe 2 or 3 depending on, what your scope is, but it's focused on them, meaning in white box testing, we have the entire access to the system. So we find sensitive data, would company would change the creds because they find it very important. If I understand the question right, you're saying Okay, so if we find sensitive data, would the company change the creds? So it would depend if the credentials, if you're talking about like passwords and credentials and stuff, or if you're talking about the data, I can't tell here. But if you're talking about credentials, if we didn't get like they're not going to give us the admin account. I mean, they could, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about they give us access to like, here's a workstation, right? This would be what it's like if you had a workstation here. As a third-party pen test, because projects are lent out everywhere. Would they change the credentials? They could, but anybody that's going to give you like white box testing typically is going to make an account for the pen tester, and they're going to have a separate account for the pen tester, because what you're simulating is someone actually took over an account, right? Which is the most common attack, right? It's click a malicious link or go to some site, bypass MFA, like whatever. So you're simulating that piece already being taken advantage of because attackers are in your network for around 6 months. So you're simulating that you've already been breached and you have an assumed breach. That's what you're simulating. And so at that point, if the credentials were exposed, meaning let's say I took over a machine and I dumped the credentials using something like Mimikatz or something, right? And I dumped LSAS and I actually took the credentials and then I cracked those credentials and then I, whatever, then yes, they would probably change the password because it's been, if I was able to do it, someone else could do it. So you need to harden your stuff. But if I took over a machine because of a vulnerability on the machine or something and no credentials were exposed, then no, I would not do that. All right. Okay. So hopefully that answers your question the way that you wanted, because I was a little bit curious or a little bit confused. Sorry. All right. Now, network and infrastructure. This is what your typical pen test is, what most people think of a pen test. But I'm noticing, so this is kind of where there's a disconnect, which is interesting. I actually think it's really interesting. But there's a disconnect for me in pen testing, and it's because when I was doing pen testing full time, when I first started in pen testing over a decade ago, network and infrastructure pen testing is really what everyone was talking about when they said I'm a pen tester or I'm doing a pen test or whatever. There were people doing web application pen testing, but usually it was just part of your pen test is like, well, I'll check for the applications and whatever. And then web applications became such a hotbed, right? It just became, everything on the internet is web facing, right? So it started to become that you need a dedicated pen tester for web application. And it didn't always seem that way. And that could just be my experience. But now when you tell someone you do network pen testing or infrastructure pen testing, typically what you're seeing most people wanting to get into web application pen testing because there's a lot more job opportunities. And that's because of what we talked about, which is the compliance piece, right? Everybody wants to get into pen testing. And what's the easiest way? Well, everybody needs an external pen test for compliance reasons. Well, what is externally facing? Web applications. So if I get a web application pen test, that satisfies my pen test requirements. Now, you can see we're going to talk about network vulnerability scanners such as Nessus. I've done some videos on Nessus and some videos on OpenBoss on Try Hack Me, and I think I did the Nessus one for the home lab video for the Patreon, and or maybe it wasn't for the Patreon, it might have been for YouTube, but anyway, and so Nessus allows you, I believe it's 16. You get 16 free IP addresses to scan. At least that's what it was, I think. So Nessus, in my opinion, is one of the best tools out there. Industry-wide, it's still one of the best. But it's different wherever you go, depending on what version you're on, depending on what tier you're paying for, depending on if you're government versus civilian, whatever. But the bare bones infrastructure of it is the same across the board. So if you know Nessus, you'll know the others as well. All right, so physical pen testers. So I do know people ask me this all the time because they see it and they think it's kind of cool, and I get it. It is cool to do physical pen tests. People ask me all the time did I ever do physical pen testing and stuff? Very, very minimal is my best answer. Like, I know how to lockpick and I know how to like get into doors and stuff like that, but I'm not like sneaking around at night, like with trying to avoid cameras and stuff. Like I've done that, but not to the scale that like an actual physical pen tester would do. Can we do all 3 pen tests for a short time and submit to the client? You can't, when you say all 3 pen tests, do you mean like a gray box, a white box, and a black box? Is that what you mean, San? And your name might be San or San. Please just let me know if I'm mispronouncing it. I apologize. Now the physical, like I said, this is like there's dedicated jobs for this. I have never been a full-time physical pen tester. There's people that could walk circles around me in this. Not gonna pretend I know a lot about that. I know the basics, right? Have I done like tailgating and all that stuff? Yeah, but that's not necessarily because I was doing a physical pen test. It was because it was opportunistic. Web and other pen tests. Yeah, you can do. So it depends on the scope of the pen test, right? You could say, hey, you want to pay for a week, or let's say you want to pay for 2 weeks, right? Because you're gonna ask them, right? You're gonna say, what's your budget? Well, if they give you a budget and that budget is like, okay, so you're paying for 2 weeks time, I could spend a week on your web apps that you're asking for and a week on your infrastructure, or I can spend 2 days on your web apps and then the rest on infrastructure, or I could spend all the time on web apps. You can do however you want, but I will tell you they are 2 very different skill sets. If you want to be an expert, yes, you can be an expert in both, but an example is my specialization has always been infrastructure pen tests. I'm very good. I'm certified in web app pen testing. I'm very good at it. There's people that will walk circles around me in it. Why? Because I don't build web apps daily. I'm not in the space. I rarely do web app pen testing anymore. I'll do web app security assessments, but I don't really care to do web app pen testing. It's not as fun to me. It's not as enjoyable to me. It's a personal preference for me. So understand that, yes, you can do them both, but something's going to have to give at a certain point. If you start getting that specialized and that expert skill set, you can't be an expert in everything, and your brain only has so much space, right? So you have to start to pick and choose. All right. Now, vulnerability assessments versus pen tests. This is where some people, they get slightly confused, and I don't think they're confused on what they are. I think they're confused because they think vulnerability assessment isn't. I hear a lot of times where people, especially younger people, they think that vulnerability assessments aren't like that beneficial, right? And the reality is it's quite the opposite, actually, in my opinion. A vulnerability assessment adds more value than a pen test. And the reason I say that is because how often are you doing vuln assessments versus pen tests? And typically, if you're a good company, you have a continuous vulnerability assessment or vulnerability management team or system or process in place. If you're not a huge company, you probably don't have a full-time pen tester. So a pen test is great, but what's a pen test? A stamp in time, right? If I do a pen test tonight, guess what? Tomorrow, the next day, all of it doesn't matter, because if you fix one thing or a new vulnerability comes out, you're not going to know it because you're just looking at the stamp in time. Where vulnerability assessment is a continuous process typically. And so in my opinion, vulnerability assessments are actually a little bit more valuable, but pen tests can find more things. So understand they can be very different. This is a big takeaway right here, is they are completely different assessments. Vulnerability assessments look for vulnerabilities without simulating, meaning if I find a vulnerability, for instance, if I go to Metasploit right now, right, and I find a vulnerability, if I go check if you're vulnerable to it, a vulnerability assessment, that's the end of my assessment. Hey, you have a vulnerability. See you later, right? if I'm a pen tester, I'm going to try to take advantage and exploit that vulnerability. And then once I take that, I'm going to try to extend that and see what I can do depending on the scope. All right. So during a vulnerability assessment, the assessor will typically run a vulnerability scan, then perform validation. This is huge right here. This is something I see so often, even with big companies, even with professional companies, even in the best people that I've seen do vulnerability assessments. I see this all the time. I've had analysts come to me and say, because most of you know that I run a SOC, and I have analysts that come to me all the time, and they're like, "Oh, we just got a scan. We just saw a scan, and this is vulnerable. It's a big deal," and they don't understand the business impact. And this is something that everybody needs to understand: is there's a business impact for when you say something is a vulnerability or a risk. The business impact would be, hey, if this is a critical server or a production server, we have to take it down because there's a critical vulnerability in it, right? Well, how much money am I going to lose by taking down that server? Could be millions. Okay. What if you're wrong? What if you cost a company millions because your scanner said it's vulnerable? An example of this, right, would be the Log4j attack. Okay. Most scanners, when Log4j came out, what did they look for? They looked for the registry keys to change, right? What that is the registry keys would actually fix the issue. What if you fixed it before that fix came out? An example of that would be, what if you just added a startup script that turned off the print spooler service for the print nightmare attack or something like that, right? Would the registry keys change? No. Would the service be turned off? Yeah. That's an example where your vulnerability assessment or your vulnerability scanner could start triggering and saying you're vulnerable to all this. You have to validate, because if you go to a business, especially when you're new, if you go to a business and say you're vulnerable to this, they actually, some places legally have to fix it in a certain amount of time, right? If they then go to fix it and they're like, we can't find this issue that they're talking about, I don't know what they're talking about, you just wasted a lot of their time and effort, and could be money, because you could be, this is where people think, or people don't associate, especially new people, not just in security or anything, but people in business, they don't associate resource cost with cost. And what I mean by that is, if I get together 5 C-level executives to talk about a critical issue, how much money do you think that is, right? Well, most of them are probably making a couple $100,000 at least, right? At minimum. You brought them in for, let's say, 4 hours total, right? 4 hours, 5 people, that's 20 hours of C-level executive pay. You're talking thousands of dollars. Well, what if that issue escalates and you're starting to talk about 20, 30, 40 hours? You're starting to bring lawyers in. You're starting to bring these people in, right? You're starting to bring other resources in. Next thing you know, you got 10, 20, 30 people involved. All of that time, that resource, that's costing the company money. And it starts to add up very quickly. If you look at the CrowdStrike incident, CrowdStrike on average was costing millions. Was that millions due to impact? Yes. But a huge chunk of that cost is resource time, right? Because someone has to go fix those computers manually at the time. And so understand that resource cost starts to come into play. All right. So, and if you guys have any questions on the business side of the house, I also have a Patreon playlist dedicated to it. And I do some more business practices stuff in there. If anyone's curious about business, feel free to reach out. I'll try and help you as much as I can. So my specialization is security on the business side, and pen testing and SOC. Okay, so then you can see, obviously we know what a pen test is at this point. Pen testing provides, so here's some just like a pros cons type deal. Provides in-depth analysis of vulnerabilities. Yep, the big difference here is the in-depth analysis. This is why people do vulnerability assessments. Cost-effective method of identifying low-hanging fruits. So how do most attackers get in? Low-hanging fruits. That's what attackers are looking for, opportunistic attackers anyway. So if I can try and identify the low-hanging fruits, just not be the low-hanging fruit, and an opportunistic attacker will try to move on most of the time. Okay, skill set needed to conduct assessment is low. This is what I talked about at the beginning, right? You don't need a huge skill set. You don't need to be this crazy elite hacker to do this, right? By the way, guys, I just realized I'm wearing this shirt. If you guys, Zerzex mentioned Bourbon Saturday. If you guys have ever seen the Veterans Whiskey Club, it's a whiskey club for veterans only. It's actually pretty sweet, and it's a cool place to like meet with veterans in your local area. They have different branches all over the country. It's actually a pretty cool thing. So check it out if you guys ever. You can just Google it. It's pretty cool. All right. And they're not a sponsor by any means, just so you guys know. I've never taken a cent from them and never will. So I don't have an affiliate code or anything like that. It's just just a club that I think is really, really useful for veterans, especially in my generation and the generation after me, because of the fact that most young kids aren't going to like a VFW or anything like that. And so they kind of need a place to hang out. So, okay. So penetration test, in-depth analysis, right? We know that it's more in-depth than the vulnerability assessment. Provides logical and realistic recommendations tailored to the target organization. That's another key point with pen testing, is if you want to tailor your results to that org, right? Cost is much higher. Keep that in mind. It's going to be much higher. Why? You're going to be dedicating specific resources to that, right? May not identify vulnerabilities requiring manual inspection. This is bingo. It's true. An example of the vulnerability that I've seen like this is a vulnerability or a scanner noticed would notice like let's say a web application or something where you can upload a file, right? Okay, whatever, doesn't matter. But a scanner, this scanner specifically, right, like a Nessus or something, isn't going to identify. Maybe you upload a reverse shell to that file, right? And now you have a PHP reverse shell or something, right? We've all used, or not all, but if you've never used like a PHP reverse shell, that's an example where could a scanner do this? Theoretically, yes, but that's a very intrusive scan at that point, and so that would take manual intervention to find that. It's possible that you have some scanners. There's scanners out there that'll do that, right? But like a Burp Suite or something like that. But that's a web application scanner versus a regular vulnerability scanner doesn't typically do that. Potential false positives. This is what we talked about. You need to validate the high ones. Generic recommendations that may not be relevant. It's true. A lot of times they might say something like, hey, there's TLS 1.0 in your environment. Don't use TLS 1.0. It's like, okay, that's not really helpful. Thank you. Right? That's the difference in what you're getting. Whereas here, you're going to be getting, here's some detailed things that you can fix, what you need to do, how we found it, all that stuff. This is the big one. Requires a more in-depth security knowledge. Not just anybody can pick up and start doing pen testing. Most people can learn vulnerability assessments in a very short matter of time. Other types of security assessments, we can talk about these if you guys have questions on them. Feel free to ask questions, but we're just going to skim through them, right? You got your security audits. These are just your general audits. Your bug bounties, your bug bounty programs, hey, we have, here's a website. If you hack it, we'll give you, $1,500 or something, right? Red team assessments. Red team usually is in competition against the blue team. Theoretically, I say competition, they're actually on the same team typically, but typically you're going to have a red team come in and do some adversarial behavior and try to evade the blue team, right? So then you have your purple team. This is where you're taking purple team is your blue team, your red team coming together saying, hey, we're going to work together on this. Basically meaning, hey, red team, I noticed you were able to hack our website. Can you do that again while us blue team watches the logs and sees what you're generating? Now we can build a rule to defend against that, right? We want alerted when that happens. So purple team is working together. All right, let's move on. Any questions? And that was long-winded, but we're going to start flying through them. I just want to give you guys background before we got to, because like Nessus and OpenVAS, they're almost, from a functional standpoint, they're very similar, but from the UI, they're a little different, but that's it. All right, so we're going to go ahead and start talking about vulnerability assessment, right? Because that's the main focus here. Vulnerability assessment aims to identify and categorize risks for blah, 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 blah. There's little to no manual exploitation during a vulnerability assessment. That's a very important thing to take away, because it's a lot safer to do vulnerability assessments as well than pen tests, because there's very little risk that you're going to crash something. There's still risk. Understand that. There's still risk, but it's very little and minimal comparatively. All right, so we've got 8 steps to perform a network vulnerability assessment. Also, by the way, guys, if you guys like these cups, you can get them from joining the Patreon, but let me know if you like them, if you want me to put them up for sale again. I did it once, and they did really well, but this logo specifically was a one-time run logo. So I'm thinking about I had a contest for it in the Discord, and the Discord users created that logo. We did a one-time run, and then now we're considering doing another one where you guys create a logo, and then we can do another one-time run for some merch. All right, so, and by the way, I'm not trying to sell you guys on all this stuff. I'm just conversating. Like I said, these cups come for free with the Patreon membership. It doesn't cost you guys anything, so. Okay, so 8 steps to perform network vulnerability assessment. So conduct risk identification and analysis. So this is one thing that a lot of companies struggle with, and it's identifying all assets that are part of IT, right? All the time, or not IT, but just in general, their IT infrastructure. A lot of times I see almost every company I've ever seen, whether they admit it or not, have a company of any size has assets missing. It's just reality. It's almost impossible to track every asset because something will happen. Someone will forget to scan it in. Somebody will forget to type it. It's just part of operations. And so having a good asset management team is vital to having a good vulnerability assessment, because it doesn't help anybody if you're running vulnerability assessments and you're missing half the machines because you didn't know they existed, right? Now, develop vulnerability scanning policies, right? The policy or procedure should have an official owner that's responsible for everything written inside. The policy is what you're going to be scanning, right? So policy should be approved by upper management. Okay, sounds good. Identify the type of scans, right? There's credentialed scans, there's network-based, there's wireless scans, there's application scans. There's all kinds of scans. What do you want to do? What kind of scans, right? Then you have to actually do the configuration, but then performing the scans, right? So you configure the scan, you have it all set up, everything's ready to go. Now you're going to set it for when do you want it, right? That depends on the company. When is your maintenance windows? When is your downtime, right? It doesn't make a lot of sense to run a scan. Let's say your maintenance window is a Saturday night. Well, cool. Let me ask you guys this. Someone tell me in the chat, do you guys think it makes sense to do a maintenance window scan, meaning I'm going to scan during the maintenance window? Someone let me know. And I'm going to go use the restroom like 2 seconds, and then you guys let me know in the chat what you guys think. All right, I am back. Okay, so could mess up patch updates or whatever's going on during downtime. So, Blackism, you're close. You almost hit the nail on the head there. So, I'm not so worried about them messing up patch updates at all because it's running a scan, right? It's not going to actually inject itself into anything. But what I am worried about with running it during a maintenance window is the simple fact that what if that server is down because maintenance windows require restarts, right? What if it's down when you actually do that scan? Well, what's going to happen is that scanner is going to scan, go, that server's not online, meaning it's either could have been retired or something else, and it's just going to move on. It's not going to sit there and wait, right? Does vulnerability management have its own branch or is it under GRC? That depends on the organization itself. A lot of organizations have their own VM or vulnerability management team. Now, the GRC might be the top of it, meaning you might have like a GRC team at the company, and then they manage like, you know, your compliance piece is a team over here, and then you have like your vulnerability management team and et cetera. But typically the vulnerability management falls on security, and maybe the GRC, like I said, might be an umbrella of that or could be like a partnership. Just depends on the organization. I've seen organizations run it very differently. All right. Now, evaluate and consider possible risks. This is something that a lot of people, especially security people, this is why, one of the reasons why I recommend all the time for if you're getting into security, have an IT background. Please, please, please have an IT background because it'll help you so much in your career. This is one of the ways, right? Let me ask you this. Does a college kid, and this is not a diss on college kids because, you know, most of us were college kids at some point. Does a college kid understand the possible risks he is running by running a vulnerability scan? Probably not. Why? Couple of reasons. One, they've never worked in business. They don't understand if you take down XYZ site, even if it's on accident, you could be costed. Think about if Amazon.com went down right now. How much money would they lose? I bet you if it went down for 20 minutes, I bet you it's in the millions, possibly billions in 20 minutes. That is the impact you could have theoretically if you don't consider the risks, right? So Blackism talked about, you know, taking it down, taking a patch update down or something like that, right? So on the same stem of that, I've seen this actually happen quite a few times, right? If the connections cannot handle the traffic load by a scan, the remote target can shut down and become unavailable. So that is true, but what I've seen is even a step further. If you have more intensive scans, so like what most people do is they'll run like scans every 24 hours or something on the endpoints, and then they'll run like intensive scans on the weekends or during their maintenance windows and stuff like that. Your intense scan, if it finds a vulnerability like like let's say a file inclusion vulnerability or a file upload vulnerability or something, and it's not actually necessarily a vulnerability yet, it could just be I found where you can upload a file or I found where you can see other files, right? And it pushes and pushes and pushes on that to try and identify what the actual risk is. An example of that would be like a burp suite. I mean, I'm not a burp suite, I'm sorry. Burp suite would work, but a Go Buster or a Dur Buster, right? If it's not ready to accept that many requests, which sounds silly, but understand this is where the big difference comes in, that people just can't, if you have not worked in this, mass scan's definitely a big one. Mass scan can definitely take some stuff down if you have it set up properly. But if you guys have not worked in a real IT environment, you don't fully understand parts of this, and that is, most people think of vulnerability assessments and pen tests and stuff like that. They think of it like Try Hack Me or like Hack the Box, where you see a website being hosted and I'm attacking that, right? The reality is much more complex than that. And what's happening typically is those external websites that are out to the public and all that stuff, they are very secure typically. When I say that, there's always vulnerabilities, but a company's going to focus its security on that piece because they've known for 25, 30 years that I've got to secure my external face, right? It's the internal where you're going to start seeing a lot of these vulnerabilities where, hey, a website has this vulnerability. It's not a big deal. We're not going to worry about it because it's not facing the public. Think of any company, if you guys have had actual jobs in the world, think about any company they've worked for and consider they probably have some sort of internal website that you can go to learn about the company, or maybe you have like where your training is for HR or whatever, right? Those internal sites, you think that they are vulnerability assessment teams coming in and saying, there's a vulnerability on this has to be fixed tonight. No, they're probably coming in saying, hey, there's a vulnerability on this. It's not external facing. Nobody can see it unless you're already inside our network. It needs fixed. Let's put it on your roadmap to fix, right? Well, if a scanner catches a vulnerability like that and it just starts spraying at it, those websites also aren't expecting the same amount of traffic that an external website might see, right? If you have an HR system and you only have 3,000 employees, why would you have a website for the HR system internally that handles 10 million requests a minute? It wouldn't make any sense. But your scanner might start spraying that, and you have to be prepared to understand those risks, right? Interpreting the scan results. This one sounds super simple to people too, but a lot of times what happens here is people just take a scan report and they just give it to the people and they say, here's your scan report. And it's like, that's not really that useful. What you need to do is take those scan results, right? And you need to break them down. For one, prioritize them based on the company. Don't prioritize them based on criticality. Don't take a scan result and go, you have a critical, a high, a medium, and a low. You should do the critical, the high, medium, and low in that order. That's not reality. Take them, look at them, go, okay, you should have, especially if you're working for the company, a list of critical assets. Hey, you have a medium, but it's a remote code execution and it's, on a external facing server. That is now a critical, whereas the critical might be complete root access, but it's on a system that, your salespeople use and all they store on it is products. I don't really give a crap about that, right? That is now a medium, and that's how you should prioritize them. You should not prioritize them based on criticality, because that's not going to be the effect of if they are taken over. And that's something that a lot of people need to think about when they're doing these, because vulnerability assessments, really, that's where a lot of people struggle, is really being interpreting them correctly. I'll say that. Now, create a remediation and mitigation plan. This is where you have to really kind of have proper procedures in place, and this is more of a business process, in my opinion. You can create the remediation mitigation plan as far as what steps to take, but the business is going to pretty much tell you when and how quickly you need to act on some of this based on policies they've built, right? And so that's kind of something you can play around with this, but for the most part, a company's going to go, all right, it's a medium. Yeah, I get that you want it to be fixed tonight, but we're going to fix it next week, right? Or next month or whatever. Any questions on this stuff, guys? Like I said, feel free to ask questions, throw anything. It doesn't have to be related to this. Anything you guys want, throw it in here, because this is a just open forum. This is just I really don't care about this box. Don't care anything about it. I'm trying to just give you guys some information, shoot the shit, have a few drinks, enjoy our time, just kind of hang out with you guys. So feel free to throw any questions out there. All right, key terms of vulnerability. Most of you probably know what this is, right? A weakness or bug in an environment. Now the threat, here's where some people get a little bit confused, and I get it. You have your threat, your vulnerability, which equal risk, right? Your threat is a new incident with potential to harm the system. Okay, so the risk is what's the chances that the threat takes advantage of that vulnerability. So a threat might be, hey, you had an employee that quit yesterday and he was really mad at the manager. That could be a threat because he might have, as he walked out, said, I'm going to hack your systems. Okay, that's a threat. Well, cool. Not a big deal until he has a vulnerability to take advantage of. Now you have a risk, right? Because now you can say the risk of him actually taking that threat, taking advantage of that vulnerability is XYZ depending on the factors, right? All right. An exploit, right? This is any code or resources that can be used to take advantage of an asset's weakness. So the main difference, right, is a threat is a process that amplifies the potential of an adverse event, such as threat activity or exploiting a vulnerability, blah, blah. This is like we said here, but the exploit itself is the code that you're going to run. If you ever use Metasploit, I actually like the way they have it broken down because it's a good way to explain, even if people don't see it, is if you use Metasploit, right, you use a exploit, right, but if you look at the payload could be VNC viewer, it could be a meterpreter shell, it could be a bash shell, it could be whatever, right? The exploit is taking advantage, and it's the code that's running to set up the payload, but the exploit is not the shell or whatever, right? That's the payload. So the exploit itself is what is being used to take advantage of it, right? That's the exploit, right? If the exploit is I upload a PHP reverse shell and it gives me access, the PHP reverse shell is the exploit, depending on what the access is, right? If it's an actual shell, then that's our payload. But if it's like, hey, I can run commands, the payload is now like whatever command I'm running. Okay, so the risk, right? Risk is the effect of uncertainty. Okay, that's the ISO 31000. So risk is uncertainty, objectives, and effect. No objectives, no risk. So basically, what does that mean? If you're not going to touch anything, so if the risk is like we talked about before, right? If the risk is that you get access to whatever stupid system, but it has no information, you can't pivot to anything. There's nothing on that system. It's just an isolated system in a DMZ that we use for whatever. There's really no risk. Because if an attacker takes it over, what do they get, right? Well, nothing that affects our business, so there's no risk, right? And this is something that people struggle with, and this isn't something that people struggle with that are new. This is something that people struggle with that have been in the industry forever, because measuring risk is really, really hard, especially when you have to do it for an entire company. And who owns the email servers? Who owns these servers? Who owns the web applications? It's all different departments all over the business, right? And you have to figure out the risk of all of them. So it gets very, very complex and very difficult. And understanding risk is a big one here, because if you understand that, hey, we have a threat, we have an opportunity, we have a risk, but it could be very minimal depending on, what the asset is. It could be maximum, right? It could be like, hey, this is our Active Directory server, has this threat and this exploit that's possible, and our risk is really high, right? We have this threat and this vulnerability, but it's on our Active Directory or on our domain controller. It could be huge risk here, or vice versa. It could be none, or it could be in the middle. So understand there's a little bit of nuance here, and it's a little bit of a art, less of a science. There is a science to it, but very few people can just take an out of the box, here, do this and it will work, and go to different companies and apply it. And it typically you run into, then next thing you know, you have a bunch of exceptions and stuff like that, and your risk is just all over the place. Okay, so here is likelihood impact matrix. So one thing I will tell you guys is, a couple things I'll tell you guys on this. Matrices like this, I don't like. Can anybody tell me what they do like or don't like about, setting it up like this, like matrix, where you can see it like this. I'm curious your guys' thoughts on these. Let me know what you guys think. I'm genuinely curious. Because everybody has different opinions on these. Some people like them. Some people don't. Some people like different formats. Some people like whatever. I'm genuinely curious what you guys think about like this. Like the likelihood, impact matrix, any of these matrices where they're like, or matrix where they're like this. Backwoods says, I think it can be good, articulate the concept to beginners. So I actually agree with that. It's very good to articulate what you're trying to get across. I do agree with that a lot. The hard part for me, or the problem for me, right, is it's not true. And when I say it's not true, what I mean is this is not a true measure of things, right? Because, yes, the likelihood, I do agree with that. The likelihood being high and the impact being high is our biggest risk. But see these numbers? So I'm not going to dive into the details of this because it's too nuanced. It has nothing to do with this box. This is just my personal opinion, is they're taking a subjective, like low, medium, high, right? And they're applying an objective, like 1, 2, 3. It's not feasible. It's not possible, right? I can't say, hey, that's a low risk, so it's a 2. I can, right? I mean, I can. You're seeing them do it, but the numbers are irrelevant. So what they're really doing is they're actually just kind of taking two measurements, right? They're taking lows, mediums, highs, which is one type of measurement. And I'm purposely making this high level, not diving in the weeds. And then they're adding numerical values, which realistically you can't do. And if you know anything about mathematics, it's actually a true thing that can that you can look at for metrics. I say you can't, but physically you see people doing it. There are two types of metrics that aren't compatible. You cannot do it. And it doesn't cause problems here. But what it's found to cause, there's actual studies on this, and what it's found to cause is incorrect classifications all across the board. And it causes so many problems because if you're doing a 1 to 5, someone goes, damn, we got a 5. We've got to fix it now. And what they find is that doing it this way causes people to actually misclassify things a lot more often, even more so than if you just said, we have a medium or we have a high, right? Because if you have a high 5 and a high 4, you're probably going to fix the 5 more or quicker, right? But we just talked about that. If it's on a critical asset, that 4 now needs to be a 5, but this doesn't account for that. So if you just have 6 highs, I need to go through and assess what needs fixed. Whereas if I have 6 highs, but 2 of them are 5s and 2 of them are 4s and, whatever, I don't know where the disconnect is. And it ends up causing misclassifications. And I actually really disagree with Hack the Box on this one because there's been studies proving that these matrix actually cause more issues than good. What do I think of CVSS scores then? I think it's a different thing, right? CVSS scores are objective, meaning, hear me out, they are specific to an exploit and a critical vulnerability, right? Not to a company. Meaning, if I have a CVSS score of a 9, right? That 9 is not the same risk if I go to this company, 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 even if they're all vulnerable. All the risks are different. And so the risk needs to be assessed on the company side, not necessarily on the CVSS side, right? Hopefully that makes sense to you guys, because that's actually a really good point, is CVSS scores do that, but the risk needs to be assessed based on the information that you have about what assets are involved. The risk does not need to be assessed based on the vulnerability necessarily. And I say that the vulnerability is a key component, obviously. Okay, so asset management. This is something, again, we've talked about it, but it's something, again, on paper that it's very simplistic. It makes total sense, right? Yeah, we gotta manage all of our assets. We gotta know where everything's at. But in practice, it's much harder, right? Blackism said, I think the likelihood part to the left is not needed. So this specific matrix, I think it is needed only because it's called likelihood impact, right? So that's all they're assessing. If you just had impact, that could get very skewed too, because if you had a really high impact, but the likelihood of it ever happening is very, very low. For instance, you could say, hey, if the CEO's phone gets SIM swapped and they use it to MFA into the account, then that's a really high impact. But the likelihood of that happening is very low because it's just not that common. I mean, SIM swapping is a thing, but it requires a ton of setup and a bunch of other stuff. And so it's one of those things like that likelihood isn't as high. So you do have to account for it in some aspects. Okay, so asset inventory. The big thing is, you have your assets, your resources, right? You have your servers and all that stuff. But another big thing is the application inventory that a lot of people forget. A lot of companies, every company has some sort of application inventory. And the reason they do that is they kind of have to, because they have to, keep up with the contracts. Like you're paying for the licensing, so you have to know what you're paying for. But it doesn't always get communicated properly to the correct teams, meaning it may not get to that security team who is doing vulnerability assessment, and they need to know that. And so if it doesn't get properly portrayed or relayed or whatever you want to call it and communicated, then, or it doesn't have a proper system, that's another big thing. Or some of the issues I've seen too is when the asset inventory, such as your workstations and stuff, is in one system, but then your application inventory is in another system. And now your security team is trying to check different things, and it can get convoluted. So I've seen the asset management go really south really fast, and it's the foundation of what you need. So if you have a company with very poor asset management, that needs fixed very quickly, or you will never be able to do your job 100%. You will be able to do your job effectively, but not to your full potential. All right, guys, feel free to ask any questions as well, because we're just getting into it. But once we get into the, I'm not really worried about the CVSS and the CVE, but once we get into the Nessus and OpenVOS, we can actually start flying through it because it's just the UIs. Okay, compliance standards. We talked about this before, right? We have to know the compliance standards. Pretty simple, pretty obvious, right? You got your PCI DSS, which is payment card industry. Pretty much, if you process data regarding PCI or regarding payment card, credit cards, debit cards, whatever, you have to be held to the standard. A lot of companies outsource that because they don't want to deal with it. You have your HIPAA data, right? HIPAA, if you are processing health information, it's HIPAA, right? FISMA, right? The Federal Information Security Management Act. So keep in mind, right here, they're talking about, there's some, like FISMA, there's some things that apply to certain industries. Then there's some that apply to certain countries and things like that, like GDPR. And so it won't apply to everybody, but it's important that really the takeaway here is whatever your company has to adhere to from a compliance standpoint, you need to know it. You don't need to know it inside and out. You don't need to memorize it, but you need to know it, right? And here's a worldwide one, all right? ISO. A lot of people will say they're ISO compliant. This is one thing to keep in mind is the ISO is usually something that most companies are like, hey, we're compliant to ISO, whatever. It's not the same as like a PCI where if they come in, unless you have a specific industry, they're not going to probably come in and start fining you if you're not compliant to something. Whereas PCI and HIPAA and all of them, they're very particular about certain things on purpose. You could, depending on what you're messing with, you could get in some trouble. But for compliance, it's something that I see people kind of sweep to the side until it becomes a problem, right? Until an auditor's in your face going, wait, you don't do this? You don't do this? And then you're like, oh, crap. If we fail this, we got to fix some stuff. Pen testing standards. Again, these are standards. They're not compliance. So penetration testing execution standards can be applied to all types of pen tests, right? There's your standard sections. And again, these are just standards. These are not the same as compliance. You have your open source security testing methodology manual. Again, standards, NIST. Most people probably know what NIST is. I know a lot of companies that if you go, hey, what compliance standards do you adhere to? They'll say NIST. Okay, cool. Nobody's coming in and going, you're not NIST compliant? Oh, you're screwed, right? The reason people do these frameworks and get compliant to them is simple. I want to do business with people. If I want to do business with somebody, they're going to say, how do I know my data is protected? I have to be able to be like, well, we follow these compliance standards. Here's proof. We have an external third-party audit that came in and said, boom, they're up to NIST code, right? If you're not, it's going to be pretty tough to do any work because when I tried to sign a contract with you, right, someone's going to assess my company if you have a decent, supply chain protection. And so that's something to keep in mind is some of these frameworks, people will stay compliant to them, not because they have to, but because they want to keep up business and reputational relationships. So then you have your OWASP. Most people know what OWASP is. If you guys have questions, feel free to ask. Let's go ahead and go to the next one. Okay, you have your CVSS and your CVEs. So common vulnerability scoring system. So this is taking your CVEs, scoring them, right? So here's your CVSS metrics. This is how they break it down. You guys can read about this in depth if you want. There's really not a huge ton that you have to know in depth unless you're scoring them. And by the way, you can score them in things like the Hive and some other or different tools that you can use. You can score them yourself or set up scoring. And so it is good to know how to score, but you can look up how to score anytime. There's also calculators out there that'll score it for you. But basically, you can see you have your base metric group, which is the vulnerability characteristics, the exploitability, and the impact, kind of the likelihood and impact that we talked about. You have your attack vector, the complexity, the privileges required, and user interaction. Here's your CIA triad. This is, most of you probably know what this is, but it's your confidentiality, integrity, availability. If you guys don't know what this CIA triad is, please let me know. I will dive a little bit deeper into it because it is a vital piece. A lot of people kind of know what it is, but they don't think about security sometimes in that way. And if you don't, you'll miss out on some of the things the business is looking at. And so that's why the CIA triad is so important. Then you have your temporal metric group, right? Details the availability. So one thing that I really like, if you guys have ever used, and this is, again, not affiliated in any way, but most of you guys know Rapid7 owns Metasploit. One thing I really like comparatively to like a Nessus is Rapid7's scanner actually has the capability to tell you if there's any Metasploit modules already for your vulnerabilities, and then B, the skill level required to take advantage of that exploit. So if you have a script kiddie level exploit in your environment, it'll tell you that. Guess what? Even if that's a low, to me, that's going to bump it up, because if a script kiddie can do it, it's more likely that the likelihood in the risk goes up. So for me, I actually like that they do that with their scanner. Nessus and them don't do that. Obviously, they don't have the availability of Metasploit the way that Rapid7 does, but still kind of interesting. So exploit code maturity metric represents the probability of an issue being exploited based on the ease of the exploitation technique. So how easy is it, right? Remediation level, how much effort does it take to actually fix, right? Report confidence, right? This is something where people report CVEs all the time. What's the confidence rating, right? Is it accurate? Do they have it fully detailed, figured out? Log4j, I mentioned it before, but that was one I think it took like a week or two before a fix came out, and then they had to have like another fix after, right? So the confidence level of that report was probably pretty low at the time. All right, environmental metric group. Okay, significance of the vulnerability of an organization, taking into account CIA triad. So that's what we talked about, right? And a lot of tools will actually give you a CVSS scoring calculator, quote unquote, that you go through and fill out some information as you're going, and it'll kind of do it for you, right? Takes account into all metrics. Here's an example, blah, blah, and next steps. All right, so back to someone asked about the CVSS scoring, and what we were talking about is, if you notice, it is particular to each different company. So a CVSS score of a 9.5 to you could, if you score it at yours, could be different. And that's why I say it has to be, you have to take into consideration your infrastructure. And just because you're vulnerable to something, every company I've ever worked at has exceptions. So you could be like, hey, you have a CVE, it's dangerous, whatever, it's a whatever score. But then you do a little bit of assessment and you're like, it is, but here's the reality. And they're like, we'll sign off on the risk. We'll agree to it. Okay. Sign off on it. Next thing you know, that's now in your vulnerability management system, right? You now just have that vulnerability. Could be a high score, but if your company signed off on it, right? So understand that CVSS score has to be taken into account for each company in a separate manner. Okay, so now we have Open Vulnerable Assessment Language. So it's a publicly available information security international standard used to evaluate and detail the system's current state and issues. Okay, it's also co-supported by the Office of Cybersecurity Communication for the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. OVAL provides a language to understand encoding system attributes and blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool, thanks. So if you guys have never heard of STIGs, STIGs are DoD compliance requirements, right? So basically what's this saying? Hey, let's all use one language. That's what they're saying, right? If we all use one language, it's much easier for us to communicate, share information, knowledge, go back and forth, et cetera, et cetera. What's a protocol? All of these are just standards that we're saying, hey, we agree to it, right? That's what it is. So the goal of the language is to have three-step structure during assessments. Identify a system's configuration, evaluate the current system's state, and disclose the information in the report, right? Sounds pretty easy. All right, now you got your definitions. You have your vulnerability definition. That's exactly what it sounds like. Identify vulnerabilities, right? You have your compliance definitions if current system configurations meet system policy requirements. So that's a pretty big one, because if an auditor comes in, they're typically going to say, do they meet requirements? Do they not? That's all they care about, right? Do you meet the minimum needed for what we're doing? If you do, awesome. You passed your audit, right? Inventory evaluates the system to see if a specific software is present. Pretty self-explanatory. And then patch identifies if a system has the appropriate patch. So one thing that you're going to see in Nessus, OpenVAS, any scanner, is they look for KB numbers, right? If you don't know what a KB number is, this is an example of why IT experience is so invaluable, because anyone that's ever worked at a tier 2 or even a help desk, some help desk, patching, anything like that, knows Microsoft releases patches every month. When they do, there's security updates, but there's just KBs, which are just your patches, right? KB numbers is what a lot of security or vulnerability assessment tools are looking for. And when they find them, they're going to say, oh, that's how I know you're on this patch and you haven't been patched to the next one because you haven't installed that KB, right? So that is actually how they find them. So if you, as a vulnerability management person, come in and go, hey, it says we're vulnerable to this, and you look at it and it says you're missing this KB, if you know how to manually go through and check, maybe you're like, hey, we patched this a month ago. This system never got that patch. Oh, we need to fix it, right? That's an example of where if you know what you're looking for, what that scanner found, you can go back and validate, which is what we need to always do on any major issues. Okay, so now you have your CVEs, common vulnerability, and exposures, right? What qualifies for a CVE ID? Have any of you guys ever actually gone and for a CISA or Alienware or Alien Vault or any of those things and signed up for CVE alerts or like exploit DB or anything where like it tells you every new exploit or every new CVE that comes out? Anyone ever done that? I'm genuinely curious. Backwoods has. So if you've ever done that, you'll probably be one of the first people to tell you you're going to get a ton of alerts. Like it could be 10, it could be 100 a day, right? Yeah, exactly what he just said. And it's funny he said that as I was saying it because it's on a delay, so he didn't hear me yet. But it's too much to process. It's impossible because you're going to get so many alerts that, like, how can I go through and read about every vulnerability of every single system in the world? It's not feasible. So you have to have credible cyber intelligence that actually is good, accurate, and applies to what you're trying to do. So I don't recommend going through and just applying concepts for everything. Start looking at things that apply to you first off. That's why it's important to have a list of software. Why? Because when a new CVE comes out, it should be checked and validated against your software or hardware list and say, not applicable to us, move on. And you don't have to evaluate every single CVE. That is why your cyber intel comes into play, like Backwoods said, right? So what qualifies for a CVE ID? So again, if you've ever done it or ever seen it, there's so many CVEs that come out, right? Here's the requirements, right? The flaw can be fixed independently of any other bug. Why is that important? Because if you report a bug and then he reports a bug and it's basically the same damn thing, but you said I can get password or usernames and he said I can get passwords, but it's the same fucking thing. I don't need another CVE because I can grab passwords now. It's the same thing, right? Okay, affecting one code base. Flaws that impact more than one product get separate CVEs. So if you're using XYZ HR system and you're using, ABC HR system, they're different CVEs because they're different products, right? If they use the same, now here's something people don't realize, right? Is if they're using the same underlying tools, it'll fall under them. An example of this would be like Metasploit. Most of you probably don't know that it can use Nmap, right? So if Nmap comes out with a vulnerability or with a CVE, right, it's not going to come out with a CVE and then Metasploit's going to come out with a CVE. Nope. You need to know that Metasploit uses Nmap. So then once you fix Nmap and you probably need to update your Metasploit, you'll be fixed and ready to go. So stages of obtaining a CVE. So if you find a vulnerability and you need to basically disclose it, identify if the issue is found is a vulnerability, right? A vulnerability. Now this is their definition of it, right? So a vulnerability in the context of a CVE program is indicated by code that can be exploited, resulting in negative impact to confidentiality, integrity, or availability, and that requires a coding change, specification change, or specification deprecation to mitigate or address. Now, here's the big takeaway here. Number one, right, is a negative impact. I've seen people who try to get CVEs, but you look at what the attack that they're trying to do does, and it doesn't negatively impact something. It just allows you to do something that you didn't expect, right? If it's not a negative impact, it's not going to qualify. Okay, reach out to the affected product vendor. Yep. Identify if a request should be for vendor CNA or third party. If a company is part of participating CNAs, they can assign a CVE ID. If the issue is for a participating CNA, researchers can contact the appropriate. So basically, figure out who you need to talk to, right? Requesting through the CVE form, so they have a form that you can do, confirmation of it, receival of the ID, public disclosure, announcing it, providing information to the CVE team, and then here's responsible disclosure. So if you guys ever want to do this, read this, because this is something I get questions on a decent amount. I get people that say, oh, I found something and I don't know how to disclose it or whatever else. This is the basic process, right? You should be at least be able to walk you through it here. So there's some examples of CVEs. Most of you probably have seen CVEs. So now let's get to the hands-on stuff, right? All right. So as discussed earlier, vulnerability scanning is performed to identify potential vulnerabilities and network to blah, 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 blah. All right. So here's one thing that a lot of people don't realize if you've never done vulnerability scanning is there's unauthenticated and authenticated scans, or unauthorized or credentialed scans, or whatever you want to call them. People call them all kinds of things. There's scans that are ran that as if it has no access, and then you use like a service account and you give it access to something, and it logs in and runs a scan, and the scan will produce different results. It's important that you know that, because it's important that you do both, because if you're just doing one or the other, you're going to miss some of the vulnerabilities. Now you can see vulnerability scanning should feed into an organization's patch management program, which we talked about. Right? Nessus, Nexpose, Qualys are well-known vulnerability scanning platforms. Okay, thank you. So this is kind of what you're looking at, right? This is so Nessus Essentials, that's what the free version is. This is what you're looking at. You're going to set up scans. Here they have one host. It's 349 vulnerabilities. So before we were talking and we said, hey, this doesn't seem like a complex thing, because, I can run a scanner and it'll tell me what vulnerabilities you have, and I can send it to you and you can fix them and move on. If you think about a company, if I went to the company and I said one host has 349 vulnerabilities, and I sent this to you, and you had, let's say, even a small company, 1,000 hosts, and every one of them has 350 vulnerabilities. If I'm the infrastructure team and you sent that to me, that's 349,000 vulnerabilities right there, right? I'm going to say, go fuck yourself. And I mean that in the nicest way possible, because I don't know what the hell you want me to do, and I don't have time to go through your report and look through 349,000 vulnerabilities to find which ones I need to fix, right? So what does that mean to me? That means don't take vulnerability scans like this and just send them to a company and say, fix your stuff. Don't do that, because you are not adding value to them at that point, because they're just going to ignore you. Now you can see this is what their Nessus Essentials looks like. And you can get dashboards as well. By the way, this is their scan page. And this is what the dashboard on OpenVAS looks like. Okay? You can get both. OpenVAS, you can see, is a little less polished. It's not quite as professional, but it is very good. Does anyone have any questions before we kind of get to the hands-on portion? I want to make sure we're not going too fast or too slow. I was kind of slow in the beginning, but it's because this part isn't going to take long. I can promise you. So you can see, you can download Nessus, go to their page. Here they're running it in Ubuntu. They have the hash, everything. You request a free license. Yep, you get 16 IPs still, so I was somewhat accurate, or I was accurate on that, which surprised me. One of the big things here is agentless scanning of your network versus agent scanning. If you guys don't know the difference, does anyone know what a scanning agent versus a non-scanning agent or agentless scanning is? Does anyone know the difference? And I'll explain it either way, so don't feel bad if you don't know the difference. Also, hopefully you guys are sipping on something good on Saturday. It's a good Saturday night. We're just chilling, reading about some vulnerability management. Even this stuff that I learned long time ago, I guarantee there's something in here that I forgot and it tweaked my mind. So it's always good to go back and learn. So agent scanning, right, is an agent. I'm using this as like a physical representation, but it's not physical. It's a small piece of software that runs on your system. That's called an agent. So almost every tool or every application that runs on every endpoint in your environment, so VPN clients, all that stuff, have an agent. And it's just a little executable that runs on your endpoint. Nessus agent, right, runs on your endpoint. And what happens is, if you're not on the network, because a lot of people work from home now, right? If you're not on the network when it's time to scan, or if your computer is, obviously if it's shut down, it can't do it. But when it comes back on, it will automatically scan. If you don't have an agent on the machine to scan at the appropriate times or when it can or whatever, what will happen is you'll have agent lists, excuse me. And what that is it's going to run a network scan at, let's say you set it for 10 p.m. It's going to run at 10 p.m. That's it. If it ran and your machine was not connected to the network, it did not get your machine maybe next month, right? Maybe next week, whatever. So agent lists is very easy to miss things, but agent scans also run an agent on your machine. Why is that important? Because that means it's going to take CPU, PC, or it's going to take CPU power, and it's going to take RAM and everything else. Keep in mind, it's very, very, very minimal, but during scanning times, it will go up. So it's important that you know that. Now, you request the free license. Boom. You get the activation code. You install it. Very easy. One-liner. Once you have it installed, you start it up. Hit the Nessus Essentials. You don't even have to put your license in. Initialize. And then this is what it looks like, right? They're setting it up. Boom. Now, the custom CA cert, that's probably the one thing you're going to see that you're going to be like, I don't know what I'm doing here. Don't need to do it. That's so that like you don't get the little, hey, this website's not safe, whatever. You're running on your local network. It's no big deal. This Nessus is what we used. I believe it's what we used for the home lab. If not, let me know if you watch the home lab series, and I will do a Nessus setup on the home lab, even though I think I already did one, because Nessus is what I'll use, because we're not going to have 16 hosts in that series. Okay, so Nessus, you can see it's very simplistic. It's very nice. They have scan templates. You go through, hey, I want to do a host discovery, right? So what some people will do is they have it basically automated. You have a host discovery. Runs through, it looks for discoveries, what it's called, looks for new hosts. When that happens, guess what? It can add those hosts because you're connected to Active Directory. You have a service account that can log in all the machines. It'll add that host into now your more advanced scans and do a credentialed scan on it. So you can identify remember we talked about asset management, right? You can identify new machines that are on your network that your asset management team does not know about, and you can have it automatically, if you do your proper automations and things, it can automatically tell the asset management team, or even better, automatically add it to the asset management software that you have. And that way, anytime someone's on your system, or on your network, it should be tracked in asset management. And you can take it a step further. And if you don't have proper NAC and machine certs and all that stuff, if you do all of that, no one can connect to your network without all of that, and you don't have to worry as much about it. Okay, so you can see they have the templates. The templates are pretty basic, but it's going to tell you, hey, you want to run network scan, host discovery, advanced scan, blah blah, and all of those are pre-configured. You put the basically the scope in there, and you're good to go. You can see for the purpose of this exercise, they did the basic network scan, and you can see that says a full system scan suitable to any host. They put one target, right? Which is fine. They put one target. Well, you can actually save it from on Nessus. You can actually have a range. You can have all kinds of targets. You can see they upload the targets where it's all the ranges. We only have 16 licenses, so here they're doing one. Okay, and they ran it. Looks like the Linux target, whatever. All right, now you have your discovery scan, right? In the discovery section under host discovery, we're presented with the option to enable scanning for fragile devices, right? Scanning devices such as network printers are often result in them printing out reams of paper with garbage text, right? So what does that mean? Hey, I don't want to scan network printers. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. That's a risk. Remember, we talked about you have to identify the risks that your company is willing to take. That's usually a business decision, right? Your job as an analyst, or not as an analyst, but as a vulnerability management security professional, is to display those. You take that, say, here's my risks, here's your risks, and the company decides, do they want to accept that risk, right? Now, in port scanning, we can choose whether to scan with common ports, all ports, or self-defined ports. So most of you have used Nessus. We've talked about this. Funny enough, we actually had a guy in the Discord today explain to me how in Germany, having Nmap is actually illegal. So there's no way for him to do network scanning. Do you think Nessus is illegal in Germany? I don't know. That's a question you guys might be able to answer. But you see what I'm saying? There's always additional tools at your disposal if you're creative. Keep that in mind. That's a good lesson that has taken me really far in my career. Is if someone says no to a certain tool, or if there's a reason I can't use it, I find an alternative that works for what I need. Okay, so you can scan common ports, all that stuff, right? Within the service probe all ports to find all services. You can see you have a custom user agent. So if you have security tooling that does behavioral analytics and things like that, it makes sense. You should probably use the same user agent that your normal hosts use, because otherwise your other security tools, it's overwhelming how many tools there are sometimes. That is actually true. But the nice thing about that is, yeah, Linux, I don't live in Germany, been to Germany. I agree with you. I didn't believe it was illegal either. Most countries don't have any rule or law against any sort of defensive oriented tools. Nmap is not a offensive tool. It is a scanning tool. So I actually agree with, I'm glad you cleared that up, Linux, because when he said that, I also didn't really agree with him. But I'm not in Germany. I'm not going to sit here and argue the laws. So I'm glad that you cleared that up. So it is not illegal, which the lesson still stands, right? But he's okay. So you said it could be true. I have no idea. Any of you guys can look it up. I really don't care or know. I don't live in Germany, so it doesn't pertain to me. But you can always use additional tools. It does get overwhelming, but the nice thing about having multiple tools is they are almost all have certain nuances that do help you, right? Now, the user agent, the custom user agent, again, it's important to set this up to match what you're expecting in your environment, because think about Nmap as an example, or SQL Map's a good example. If you ever look, because SQL Map does web application testing, when you're using SQL Map, the user agent is called SQL Map. So if you don't change it, your security tool is going to pick up on it and could block it, and then your scans are useless. Set up the other reason is if you do your security right, and you have, let's say, security like in your SIM, your SOAR, or your EDR, whatever you're using for alerting, you have, hey, here is the user agent that our company uses. And it's not like companies go out and change it or whatever, but if you're a whole an all Microsoft shop, your user agent is going to reflect whether you use Firefox or Chrome or whatever, right? So you can put those in there and say, alert me on anything not this, right? And then you're going to identify some of those user agents that are scanning tools and stuff like that. But you don't want it to alert and block your Nessus scanner, right? You don't want to have those conflicts, because we talked about some of the risks. Some of those risks start to go up when you have conflicts with tools, because you could have tools competing for resources and fighting each other. And then next thing you know, you're eating up all those resources. CyberOps, what's up, brother? So just know that you want to be cognizant of the settings. All right. If desired, Nessus can attempt to authenticate against discovered application services using provided credentials. So again, this is going to depend on your organization, but yo, Rafi, I appreciate that, my man. And one thing I will say, if you guys did watch my SAL1 video, yo, appreciate that. That's awesome. If you did watch the video, just know all of that, the feedback, criticism, all of that is said with love, because I love TryHackMe. I actually have talked to them since. I've talked to them multiple times. I've gotten on a couple calls. Sounds like they are aware of a lot of these issues. They are trying to fix them. And I understand. In my opinion, they just released it too early, 100%. But it sounds like they are taking feedback from everybody, and they are actually genuinely trying to fix it. So I do think it has potential. I think it's got a ways to go, but I do think it has potential. So thank you for the comment. That's appreciated. It's cool to see people from all over the world. So yeah, so one thing, if you want credential scan, a lot of companies, with the way they do it is they do like a credential scan, but then they're going to set it up where it won't try and just do a credential scan right off. You have to add it into a policy or something like that. Okay, so user enumeration can also be performed, right? So you can say, hey, I want to do brute forcing, I want to do this, blah, 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 all that stuff. That's great. Again, take into consideration your environment. You don't want to affect your web apps, especially a live production system. So you might say, hey, we're not going to do any brute forcing. We're good on that. We'll do those manually, or set it up for a specific time or something like that, right? You can see they're going to use RID brute forcing, where they're setting the user ID of 1000 and trying to... Okay, great. On the advanced tab, safe checks are enabled by default. This prevents Nessus from running checks that may negatively impact the target device or network, right? Safe checks. Math checks out, right? We can also choose to slow or throttle the scan. This is something that I've seen people use to have slow methodical scans because of this right here. So we talked about during maintenance windows, there's times where you will conflict with what's going on. If you have like a major SCCM push being pushed out to every machine, and then you're running a Nessus scan on top of all those machines, or on top of that, your network traffic and bandwidth is really going to start getting throttled. And so you can do, you can basically throttle the SCCM pushes or whatever and make it really hard. So it is good to make sure you understand your environment and what scanning makes sense for you. This is something where I see people... Hack the Box is good, TryHackMe is good, but you don't fully understand all these settings, because if you're setting this up, you're doing it on your network, you're going to be like, okay, I don't need to authenticate because I don't have multiple web applications running, so I don't need it to test, right? I don't need to worry about throttling or anything like that. I don't need to worry about confliction. Because you're just doing it on a local, few machines. It's no big deal. And when you get in those enterprise environments, you have to really kind of pay attention to what you're doing. Yo, Voxnaut, what's up, brother? I was curious your opinion on a WGU, master's in cybersec, getting a master's in general. So that's a good question. I get that question a lot, and I would need some follow up because I am never a hater on getting a master's degree, right? I have a master's degree, and there's nothing wrong with getting a master's degree. When I start to see issues come into play with the master's degrees is when you have a master's degree and that's all you've got, and you're expecting, and I'm not saying you, but in general, you're expecting like I need to make well over 100,000 because I have a master's degree. Well, you have a master's degree, but you have no experience. I'd rather hire a kid down in a tier 1 help desk that has 5 years down there, because he is going to add more value to me immediately than you are. I can teach somebody cybersecurity not quickly, but I can teach them. I can't teach them all the business processes, the time. That all comes with experience. I can't just teach you how every business works, but I can teach you how my business works by working in it. And if you've already worked in it, or worked in business or corporations, or depending on if I'm a contractor or whatever, if you've already worked in those environments, you have that piece, right? A master's level person doesn't have the business, doesn't have the experience. They just have theoretical knowledge, and that's it. And an example of that is exactly what we just talked about, which is, hey, you have theoretical knowledge that all these settings exist, but you don't understand. If you haven't done this, right, you might understand how the UI looks and how it works and what settings are in here, but you have no idea when you're setting the scan up what's going to conflict. You have no idea what's going to cause issues, what's going to crash systems, because you've never done this real world experience. You've never seen this stuff happen. You've never experienced it. So I have nothing against master's degrees. Go for it, man. Awesome. WGU is a self-paced. You can work while doing it. If you're working while doing it, even better. Get experience and the degree, right? Yeah, there you go, right? Cloud financial operations, but not cybersecurity per se. Cloud financial operations, I don't know what that, I know what it is, but I don't know what your experience in it is, and I'm not going to ask you to tell me. But it sounds like you're starting to get an IT background. You're getting the 3 certs and masters is not a big deal. So that's the big problem with WGU. I like WGU, I really do. But the problem is some people do look negatively on the fact that you can finish a bachelor's degree, and I think that they've had people do it in the entire bachelor's degree in 6 months, the entire master's in 3-4 months. Does that make you good at cybersecurity? No. So that you just got to be realistic with the expectation. But I think go for it, man. If it will benefit you, then go for it. Do I think it will make you all of a sudden so much more marketable? Probably not, because you need that experience, right, or that background. The reality is, when does a master's level degree start to come into play? Advanced roles, management roles, those types of things. And those don't come into play till later in your career. So if you have a master's degree, it's awesome. It's sitting right here. But the positions that require a master's degree are up here, and you can't just jump. You can't just take a leap unless you go for a much smaller company or something like that. You can't just take a leap. So your experience has to catch up with your degree. And so therefore, I recommend people get a master's as they're progressing their career to match. And some people have a master's and will never use it, and there's nothing wrong with that. Just know that your experience has to level with your theoretical knowledge, or else you're just basically, you just have knowledge, and you'll drop all that knowledge because a program like WGU, you'll knock it out, then you'll brain dump it, and then you won't have any of it. in your head, right? So creating a scan policy. So this is, hey, we're going to create an actual policy of what we want, when we want it, all that stuff, right? So we're going to go down. We created the scan policy. This one they did hack the box policy. They have Nessus plugins. Plugins are just basic things that add features, right? Plugins are rated by severity level, critical high, blah, blah, blah. So they have 145,973 plugins. I didn't realize they had that many. That's actually pretty cool. I've never had any IT experience outside of cyber. Do you think I should move to another IT position when I have a chance, or even go to a help desk role? If you're already in cyber, I wouldn't say go downgrade, right? Does having a good, vast background in IT help you? Yes. Does that mean jump out of cyber and try to go get a vast background? No. Because you may jump out, and I would do what interests you first off, because you want to enjoy your job. But if you jump out of cyber and go take a help desk position, you may struggle getting back into a cybersecurity position. And that just depends on you, because people are looking for continual learners and people that stand out and all that stuff. So it just depends. But I wouldn't say jump out of a cyber position if you're in one currently to go to a help desk position. That would be a step backwards in my opinion. Okay. A searchable database of all published plugins on Tenable website. Okay. Plugins tab provides information on particular detection, including mitigation. When conducting recurring scans, there may be a vulnerability detection that upon further examination is not considered to be an issue. Okay. So for example, Microsoft Direct Access. Below scan performed SSL scan shows an example of insecure and null ciphers. Okay. And then you can see, however, SSL TLS is not required in this case, and in implementing it would result in a negative performance impact. Okay, so they removed it. Looks like to exclude the false positive from the scan results while keeping the detection active for hosts, we can create a plugin rule. Okay, so they're creating a rule. There you go, info, blah, blah, yourhost.com, plugin ID, password, all that jazz. They're putting in all the settings for the rule. To run a credential scan, da-da-da. Oh, this must be what we need to do, because it's saying there's the username and password. Yeah, I think iLinux hit the nail on the head, right? Do things outside of your current position to gain some of that background knowledge you might be missing. And I think that will help you a lot. Finally, we can check the Nessus output to confirm the authentication of the target application or service, blah, blah, blah. So all they did was add a setting for that rule. So not really, Vox. Pentest Plus is and this is just a lack of terminology, but it's a poor man's OSCP. It's not very... You could take a kid off, a college kid, and he could go take Pentest Plus and pass it pretty easily. COISA, same thing, very simplistic. The SAL1, the cert that you guys were talking about, they gave it free to everyone with a COISA, and that was because they're using that as their comparison level. So think about it from that perspective. If you get COISA, according to TryHackMe, not according to me, according to TryHackMe, that qualifies you to be a level 1 SOC analyst. I disagree. I don't think it's even close to enough, but that tells you the level of position that you're going to start to apply for. And then CASB, again, not much. You're not going to gain a whole lot. So those are all entry-level certifications. So it depends on where you're at in your career. You already have 3 years experience. It would give you that entry point into cyber probably. It would start getting you the callbacks for, if you have a good resume for the interviews, but it's not going to be enough to be like, you're good, you have this understanding and you can get this job, right? You have to build on top of it. Okay, then Nessus reports, right? So yeah, they gave it everyone with CYSA free SAL1 for free till March 31st. So you have 9 days. but you can knock it out in 9 days. The cert or the test itself, I will tell you, I talked to that. We're going on tangents here, but that's the whole point of this stream. I don't plan on finishing this box. I really don't care about it. So I talked to TryHackMe. We had some in-depth discussions with some of their high-level people, and I talked to the people that designed the SOC simulator, and we've had some conversations, and they are fully aware of the issues. I want you guys to know that, because it's important. They are fixing them. The big thing for me, where I said, okay, I will give it a chance when it's ready, was a couple things. One, the big one, was they were open to feedback. It wasn't like they were just like blowing me off and like kind of blowing smoke. They actually reached out to me and asked me to help them, which to me was a big thing, because that's got to be hard, right? Like, you build something, it's your baby and all that, and then someone shits on it, and then you're like, okay, clearly you know what you're talking about. Can you help me? That's a huge thing for me. The other thing is, they are fully aware that right now it is the passing of SAL1 has absolutely no relevance on skill set, and they know that. And I say they know that. They were very aware of the fact that you could be extremely skilled as a SOC analyst and fail because of your reporting, and it's because their AI is grading it, and they know that. It has absolutely nothing to do with you could have had a really good report. It's based on the AI, and the AI is grading it based on what? On what data it's been trained on. Well, how many companies do you think are sharing active case reports to have you grade your certification? Very, very few. To be honest with you, I bet you they probably don't even have any. I bet they, and I don't know this, but I'm betting they fed it what they think a case report should look like, and that's all it's got to go off of. So therefore, if it doesn't see the exact things it's looking for, you fail a test. The other piece is they know that all of the simulations are not consistent. They are some go off the rails, some are simple and boring, and they are aware of all of those issues, and they have addressed all of them to me and shown me some of the things they have on ready to go, or not ready to go, but coming out. And I think we're going to be pleasantly surprised on where the SAL1 is a year from now. I don't think they should have released it, because releasing it for $300 and then saying all of our business clients, everyone with CYSA and content creators, basically, get the cert for free because we need as much feedback as possible. I don't think that was the right approach, personally. And the reason I don't think that was the right approach personally is because everybody that doesn't fall into that category has to pay $300 for it. So you're in one bucket, you're saying it's not perfect or it's not good yet. That's why we need all this feedback. But then in the other bucket, you're saying, give me $300 because this is a cert that gets you hired. And so I just don't see a world where those both can be true. And so I tend to lead on the side of it needs a lot of work before you pay $300. Yeah, I agree, Vox. It just, in the thing is, 6 months from now, a year from now, I could be completely wrong. My review could look like a complete idiot, right? Because it could be now every SOC in the world wants it and it's awesome, blah, blah, blah. Possible, I don't think so, but possible, right? I would love to eat my words on that one, because I want the cert to be good, because I want things like CYSA to not be the standard, because taking a quick multiple choice test is not gonna tell me anything about the person. So I want it to be the standard. It's just not there yet. Great takes on your guys' part, in my opinion. All right, so the Nessus reporting. So you can see here they have their Windows basics. and they've got one host, and boom, it tells you quick, hey, we got criticals, we got 8 highs, we got 15 mediums, we got, looks like maybe one low, 117 infos. Really nice. Cool. Great information, right? So Backwoods says Sec Plus as a standard is so weak. 2 things. One, Sec Plus as a standard isn't an industry-wide standard. It is an industry-wide minimum. There's a big difference. When I say that, the reason Sec Plus, for those of you guys that aren't in the military or DoD or have never worked with the DoD, the reason Sec Plus is the industry standard in general is because Sec Plus is the minimum requirement for anyone working in a DoD or government environment, basically, to be an admin. That is the only reason. Now, why does that follow up to say, why is that the minimum standard? Meaning, why does Sec Plus get so big on that? Because when they established that, guess what? How many positions are there in the government doing security or admin work? There is millions, right? So if there's millions, you just took a cert and said this is the minimum requirement for millions of jobs. So that's how it got so big. So understand that that's why it's a standard. It was actually just a really good, fortunate event. OSCP or GPEN, great question. OSCP is going to be, OSCP is going to be more difficult from a technical perspective. GPEN, in my opinion, is more pen test efficient, meaning the GPEN actually covers more of like things to consider on the business side of the house, which is a realistic piece, where the OSCP is focused more on the technical aspect of it. Both have very good labs. I personally don't think it either matter. And the reason I say that is good pen testers. There's right now, go look, there's like 3,000. I don't even think it's that high anymore. There's like 1,500 to 3,000, something like that, jobs looking for an OSCP or a GPEN. So if you're limited to like 3,000 jobs in the entire world, you're really limited, right? And the reality is most pen testers, A, start their own company, B, work for a large company and do internal pen testing, or C, work for other companies where if you're new to cyber, you're not going to jump straight to pen testing. You can, but you're limiting yourself majorly by trying to go straight for an OSCP or a GPEN, because when you go to apply for a job, right, what job are you qualified for? 3,000 in the whole world, where Sec Plus opens up 1 million. So why would which it's not 1 million, it's like 500,000 open positions. So why would I ever go get an OSCP or GPEN as an entry level person when I can get Security Plus for $500 or $400 and go open up 500,000 opportunities? So follow up, I was planning on waiting to apply for cyber jobs till I got a few certs, since I'm coming from FinOps. Should I just start applying without any certs? So my take on this, if you've ever watched any of my videos, like over the years, I apply for jobs at all times. I don't care if I see a job that interests me. I've been at my job for a long time. I own a company. I manage stocks. I have a bunch of jobs. I love every one of them, right? I love all of them. And I will still apply for jobs if I see one that interests me, and I will always do that. I don't care if I'm the most underqualified in the world. I will always, always, always apply for them. Why? You have to be ready when an opportunity presents itself. If you're not, you just can't complain if you miss that opportunity, right? So do you want a job this is what it comes down to. Do you want a cyber job now? Do you want one later? Is it going to hurt you to apply now and then as you get certs, keep applying? Or do you think, what would be the rationale on waiting, right? Like, if you're just sitting here waiting, there could be opportunities passing every day, right? So I never see any negative side to applying for jobs. I've applied to so many jobs that I was underqualified for, and I've gotten callbacks on so many of them. Why? Because those requirements aren't usually an actual requirement. Most people don't know that, or they don't tell you that, but most of them are not real requirements. They're recommendations. If you have a desire to get into cyber, you should start applying. That's my opinion. Okay, so now these scan reports should only be shared as either appendix or supplementary data. Okay. So this is a big one right here, right? Really big right here. These scan reports should only be shared as an appendix or supplementary data. You should never, and I see this all the time, ever print this off and say, here's your report. If you do that, you're useless, because I could have just logged in and seen it myself. Okay. Guess that's true coming from a 6-figure job, so I'm trying to add as much value as I can before swapping, but I guess no way avoiding a pay cut there. Disagree entirely. You could easily go get 6 figures in cybersecurity across the board. Not difficult in any capacity. That's an entry-level position in cybersecurity. Now, you may take a pay cut if you want to get into cyber today. But in the long run, cyber is going to make you more money if you're successful at it, right? So you have to assess that for yourself, right? You have to assess all of that for yourself. But what I see happen a lot with people is they say, I want to get into cyber. They say, I want to do this, right? But they never take that step, because they say, well, I should get some certs first, or, well, I should get this first, or I should do that first. I should get some experience first. I should do this first. I need to do some other things. I'm not there yet. They say all these things. Then a year goes by and they're like, yeah, I'm decent at this, but I need to get another cert, or I'm not good at this yet, or whatever. And then another year goes by. And the whole time this is happening, people are applying for those jobs. People are getting in there. People are getting that cyber experience that you're looking for, but they were willing to risk it. And I'm not telling anybody go quit their job or whatever, but I've talked about it before, and I'm going to do a whole video on my fails in my career. The reason I'm so successful in my career is because I've failed so many goddamn times. I mean, so many times. At 20, I don't remember how old I was. I'm a lot older than I look. And at 20-some years old, I remember taking a huge pay cut because I was at a 6-figure job. And I went down to next to nothing, it felt like. And I said, I don't give a shit. I will work for nothing because I am going to succeed at this. And I did. And it never even crossed my mind to fail. It didn't even occur to me that it was a risk, because I knew I will never fail, because I will outwork everybody that's ever been around me. And my mentality stays the same today. I will outwork you. You may outwork me today, but I will outwork you in the long run. And if you are confident in yourself and you have that ability to trust yourself, then it's not as big a risk as you think it is. So does it suck taking a pay cut? Of course, dude. Nobody wants to take a pay cut. Nobody. But do you trust yourself? Do you want to do it? That's the key. Do you want to do it? Because I can promise you, I can eat bread and butter all day long if I'm happy as hell at work, right? If I love my job, give me water, give me bread, dude, I don't care. I get to do what I love every day. That's awesome, right? So it comes down to you, and that's just the way it is, right? And hopefully, I mean, I would love to, I don't know if you're in the Discord, Vox, but I would love to we have a bunch of people in Discord that have over the years gotten jobs and announced it. And like, obviously they don't tell us exactly what they do, but, they go from intern to job, to college, to job, to, and I love seeing that progression, helping people. So if you guys see that, or if you guys feel comfortable, hop in the Discord and share that, because like as you see, that happens, because I love that. That's like literally the reason I do what I do. You guys see my channel. I don't do fancy thumbnails. I don't do fancy editing. I don't pay an editor. I don't make money on my channel. I don't want money on my channel. I don't ever want to be tied to doing this full time. It's not a passion of mine. It's something I do because I enjoy the community. I enjoy helping, and I enjoy just doing it because I enjoy it. I don't want to do it as a career. I love my job. So that's an example of, like, you know, if you guys have success stories due to people in the Discord helping, or these videos helping, or whatever, I would love to share that stuff with other people in the Discord. That's so if you feel comfortable, hop in and check it out. If not, totally understand. Yo, appreciate you, Bob Marley. Linux, appreciate you as well, man. And you guys, anyone that's ever been around me, I'm very passionate about this career, which is why I do this. Super passionate about it. Sometimes overly passionate. It comes off at times as somewhat arrogant at times, and that is not the purpose, but it's the reality, because it comes off as almost like douchey, right? Like, if you want to do it bad enough, you'll do it, like that type of shit. But that's just reality. Like, if you really do enjoy it, then you will. Like, people ask me all the time how I got so successful, in this career, because I'm young for where I'm at. And the reality is it wasn't hard for me, because I found what I loved. It's like, imagine going to an NBA player and being like, well, how could you possibly have gotten here? Right? That NBA player is like, dude, I've loved basketball since I was a little kid, and I worked my ass off because it was so much. I loved it so much. And then they just got so good that they just kept going and going and going, right? If you're not in love with cyber, that's okay. Everybody needs a job, right? I'm not saying don't, but don't expect to jump across past your peers, right? If you don't love it. Like, imagine being like, simple, being a garbage guy, right? A garbage man. Imagine being a garbage guy, hating your job, hating your life. And I'm not saying they do. I'm saying imagine hating it, right? And then every day coming in, and then you have a guy over here that's like, dude, I get to work outside every day. It's so nice. I get to hang off the back of a truck. I'm chilling with my boys. I get to have headphones in. I'm just enjoying it. And then you're like, dude, how'd he get promoted? Well, he likes what he fucking does. You hate it. Of course he's going to pass you, right? And that's why I emphasize it so much, is because I see it all the time. I hire people all the time. And when I do, I don't care about your experience. Yes, I care about your experience, but if I have two guys with the same experience, I'm looking for the guy that's like on his free time doing stuff like this, going to conferences, I'm looking for the guy that loves it, right? That's what I'm looking for, right? Yeah, Vox, if you want, you can so two things with the redacted resume. So you can do a video. I do a couple things. One, I do a video. If you want to, I can do a video and a mock interview where I post it on the channel. It'll all be redacted, obviously. We've done those in the past if you want to do it. The Patreon, I actually, for any of the paid tiers, you actually get a free resume review where I'll give you full feedback, and mock interview, one-on-ones, all that stuff. So depending on what level of help you want, you can do that. You can also just submit a redacted resume, obviously, in there for feedback with other people. If you want to submit it to me privately, that's fine too. I'll give you feedback on it. Again, the Patreon, because they pay for that service, I give them like a full report. I interview, talk to them, all that stuff. So depending on what level you want for it is what I'm saying. There's multiple options. So, all right. And I'm going to get off my soapbox because I know you guys are probably sick of hearing me talk about it. So now the big thing here with Nessus, exporting Nessus scans, right? You can actually export them into formats, scan.nessus or the database. The Nessus file is XML, includes a copy of the scan, blah, blah. You can do this with any scanner, just so you know. And the main reason is so that you can import it into other scanners. A good example is you go from Qualys to Nessus, right? but you have 10 years of scans you ran in there that like you have them saved, you know when they're scheduled, you have all this stuff. You can export them and import them, and then that way you don't have to do all that manual work. All right, scanning issues. Well, there's all kinds of scanning issues. It happens all the time and is what it is. You got to roll with the punches. We talked about it. You should know some of the risks that you're walking into. Firewalls could definitely cause issues. Usually, you run into a lot of issues at the beginning and you start to whittle them down. Usually like, hey, some firewall's blocking the scanner. Hey, we noticed your scanner hitting us. We weren't expecting it, so the application's like weird now. Like, we need to whitelist it. There's all kinds of things like that. Those always usually come up, and you adjust them. Hey, this application is crashing when we're scanning it. Let's make an exception on that. Like, there's those things. But usually, if you have a good foundation of, I've been scanning in this environment for a couple of years, you start to whittle those out, and really the issues you start to come into are like one-offs here and there, and it's like, yeah, this is a weird one, but let's just figure it out, right? It's very seldom that you're going to, when I say seldom, you're probably going to only ever implement like a new scanner if you're in security, maybe a couple of times, probably like once in your career, maybe a couple of times, depending on if you're like in a SOC position or a vulnerability management position for a long time. But typically you're going to do it like once, maybe twice. And that's when all those real big issues usually hit, and you're kind of prepared for it. Like unless you're just going into it blind, you're not typically just going to go, hey, we're not going to have any issues here. Let's turn the scanner on. Let's move on. What tier gets the one-on-one resume review on the Patreon? Any of the paid tiers. So there's a 5, a 10, and the anonymous tier, which is the 25. Any of the tiers get a free one-on-one and resume review. So don't worry about that. Depending on the tier, so like the $5 tier will give you the one-on-one and the resume review, but the one-on-one will be the resume review, right? The like visual video resume review. And then if you do the $10, like you get like the mock interview plus the one-on-one, etc. So like we'll do whatever job you're applying for, we'll do an actual interview. Like I will interview you for it and then give you a full breakdown of my feedback on it. And that's obviously private, like it'll stay between us. But those types are the difference in the tiers. But any of them get a resume review and a one-on-one. So, all right, network impact. So you can use VNstat to check the network impact. You'll probably, depending on what company you work for, will have whatever network monitoring tools. I promise you, if you implement a new security scanning tool and your network team didn't know about it, you will know. So you don't necessarily have to worry too hard about that, right? You will know. Okay. So we got to go ahead and actually start this bad boy up. Then we got to start here. We got to wait for it to start. And then we'll go ahead and spawn this bad boy up. We'll do this assessment, and then we'll leave it up to the chat, whatever you guys want to do. We can finish with OpenVOS. The only reason I say we can finish with it is it's going to be the same thing. It's just going to be with OpenVOS versus Nessus. Or we can do something else. We can play a game. We can just chill. We can chat. We can do whatever. I'm typically someone that likes to have the interaction with the chat with you guys rather than just talk at you guys all the time. And so if you guys have questions, Q&A, feel free to ask. Video ideas that you want to see. Again, I recommend the Discord mainly just for you get more of that interaction with me. I'm in there all day, every day, so you can talk to me, ask me questions. There's no benefit for you joining it as far as financially for me. So just so you guys know, I'm not selling you on it. There's 3,000 people in it. I get $0 from Discord. I don't know if Discord even has a way of making money on it, but I don't. No, I don't get any higher cut. I actually don't know the Streamlabs cut. I'm going to be honest with you. So the Patreon, I would recommend if you're going to donate, for anyone here, I would recommend you do it on the Patreon. The reason I say that is we have over like 100, we have like 160 posts on there, but we have like over 100 other videos on there. You get the one-on-ones and stuff. And then you also, if you're a member for 3 months, you get like you can get this cup and things like that. So, and those just come with the membership. It's not like an additional cost or anything. So I would recommend you do it that way because you get more content. If you just donate on here, awesome. I appreciate you guys. You don't need to donate, but if you do, awesome. But the Patreon is where you're going to get like more value because you'll get those additional videos and stuff. I have a whole another set of videos, and I try to make those videos more realistic. Again, meaning like I give you like real world scenarios and stuff like that a little bit more than on the YouTube and Try Hack Me and stuff like that. So just to give you guys some context as to what's on there. Okay, so here we've got the, let's see if this thing's up and running. Okay, looks like it is up and running. All right, so what are we doing here? Navigate to the web interface at the end of the section and log in with provided credentials. Okay, let's open up the web interface. And again, Vox, I appreciate you guys. You guys do not have to donate or feel obligated or in any capacity because I don't do this for money. I do appreciate the support though. Okay, let's see. 10.129.202. 10.129.202. 116. I don't know if it's HTTPS. It's probably HTTP. 10.129.202. 116. Yo, appreciate that, Vox. Yeah, just hit me. You can hit me up whatever you use more. If you want to hit me up on the Discord or on Patreon, either way, and just we can schedule the one-on-one whenever. 10.129.202. 116. I'm not tripping. That is the right IP, right? Okay. Let's try it again. Maybe I missed something. Okay. The key is already installed in my workstation. Do you have to connect to the VPN on here after? There's no way, right? There's no way this is not connected to the VPN, right? Like, what would be the point of the box? Okay, we're getting a reply from it. It just wasn't opening the browser. Interesting. Okay. Authenticate to. Okay, now it's saying authenticate using the SMB shares. So where the hell's our Nessus? Is it on 127? I also wasn't paying that close attention. Maybe I should have. Nope. All right, has anyone done this box? I guess I should have read what we're doing here. The scan will take up to 60 minutes to finish. What? All right, well, we're not doing that. We're not waiting 60 minutes, right? Okay, it's on port 8834. That's why. I just didn't pay attention to the port. Oh, come on. I didn't copy that. See how they get you? I didn't copy that. Hack the Box Academy, whatever. I'm telling you guys, Hack the Box is so for profit, it's not even funny. And I like Hack the Box from a content perspective, but man, they just push for money so hard. What was it? 8834. Okay, maybe it needs to be HTTPS. There we go. Finally, my God, that's on me. No, don't view the certificate. Okay, we're in. Where's the credentials? Was Hack the Box student, and password is with an exclamation point. So all right, let's see what happened. Okay, we're in. Finally. Okay. It says here, once logged in, perform a basic network scan against this target. All right, so the reality is there's no way we're sitting here for an hour to run this scan. I'm not going to make you guys sit here for an hour while this runs. It says the scan will take up to 60 minutes. So if you guys want to shoot the shit, we can shoot the shit and do something else. Hopefully this is the scan. Like we don't have to rerun a new scan. Here's the SMB vulnerability. We'll try to answer it with the scan that's already in here and see what, if any of these actually are. What's the name of the one of the accessible SMB shares from the authenticated Windows scan? Well, hopefully it's one of these, but let's see. Looks like SIFs. Great. All right. It just says one of them also, which is kind of funny. It's unfortunate because I don't want to. I don't want to wait 30 minutes for this. Or 60 minutes for this. At least not on here. I don't. SMB signing not required. What did it ask? What is the... Wait, it said something about pre-populated, right? Use the pre-populated scan data to answer the questions below without having to wait. Oh, well, shit. Okay. There we go. My bad on that, guys. I have a really bad habit of not reading it all because usually it's full of fluff data, and so I don't read it, and then I end up just skipping what I'm supposed to. What is the name of one of the accessible SMB shares from the authenticated Windows scan? Okay, well, let's see if we have... That's a Windows basic scan. Do they have a Windows authenticated? There you go, basic auth. Right there. We figured it out. Okay. And we're looking for SMB. Mongo database. 349 total. Let's just do 200 at SMB signing not required. We could probably just search for SMB actually, but scroll up, see if we can search real quick. I don't want to sit here forever. Multiple vulnerabilities. Let's check it out. Is this the one we already found? I've got a question unrelated. Yeah, you can ask any questions you guys want. I find myself heading back to write-ups very often. My question is, how long should I try to solve a lab before reading write-ups? So that's a tough one. I will say this. I would never go to a write-up unless you've exhausted everything. You don't know even where to look. And then I would go to a write-up and look at just that step and get a hint to the next, like where you're trying to go. And then just get off the write-up and then try to and keep doing that. Keep in mind when you're doing like a real pen test or something like that, right? It's not over the course of an hour. You're not sitting there for an hour or whatever. How much value would I put in CISP? I'd put a ton of value in CISP, not because I think it's insanely good cert or anything. I do think the business piece of it is really important. I think it helps a ton, but the value comes in what the market will pay for it. And there is a lot of market value in a CISP. A lot of people call it the never unemployed cert, right? Which I understand. So, but as far as the write-ups go, the big thing is try to avoid that tendency of going to a write-up, right? Whenever you like, just because, right? Try to avoid that. Okay, so it said SMB, service enumeration, hosting office files. It's asking us for something. What was it? One of the accessible SMB shares. Okay, share access right there. Oh, WSUS. So like this is an example. This is actually a really good example. I'm glad they have this. This is an example where it says where IT experience comes in handy, right? So the big example here is if you just have a background in cyber, you're going to see this and go, okay, we have a SMB share. Okay, the SMB share is called WSUS. Okay, whatever. If you do have a background in IT, you know WSUS is the Windows Server Update Server, WSUS, which actually means that is what they're using to push patches to all the machines, which means there's a lot of value here because I see what patches they're pushing to every machine on the environment. Probably. I have to open the actual thing, but I'm just saying that is an example of where, you know, the value comes with IT background. That's an example of the value. Otherwise, you may not even Google what WSUS stands for because you might just think it's just a random file share they put in, right? What was the target for the authenticated scan? Let's go back. Do they just mean the host? Or what do they mean here? What was the target for the authenticated scan? Was there only one authenticated scan? I wonder if there's more than one. Yeah, there's only one. Unless this was authenticated scan. That says local scanner. It was canceled, so I can't imagine that's it. All right, well, they have, this is an interesting one because they have two. 172.16. Let's see if this is right. I don't think this is right. I think just the wording's weird. 172.16. 100. That wouldn't make any sense. Why they'd have us just put the IP in, but that makes no sense. They literally gave us the IP of the target to scan right here and then asked us for the IP in the questions. You see, this is the problem I have with Hack the Box. They are so all over the place. Sometimes their content is like so detailed and in depth, like really like in the weeds. And then sometimes it's that. And it's like, dude, you can't just have such a variation. Like, you gotta have, if you're gonna have the really in-depth, have a path to get to the in-depth. Otherwise, don't put it in. If you're gonna have the really, really simple, then don't also have it in-depth, right? Okay, what is the plugin ID of the highest critical vulnerability for the Windows auth scan? Well, I was just on the Windows auth scan. I went back for some reason. The plugin, what was the plugin ID? Okay, of the highest critical. Well, this is the high. Well, there's actually a couple highest. Okay, let's take a look. These are great questions, by the way. Keep them coming. Okay, we're looking for the plugin ID. Hopefully that actually copied. Okay, what is the name of the vulnerability with plugin ID 26 from the Windows authenticated scan? What is the name of the vulnerability? Well, let's go check. Let's see if we can filter plugin ID. Plugin ID is equal to that one. And VNC server. What is the name of the vulnerability with? Oh, we got to copy it exactly. VNC server unauthenticated access. Okay. By the way, fun fact. That is actually how I got suspended in freshman year. Was this vulnerability right here. VNC server unauthenticated access. I actually hacked that at my school and got suspended. What percent of jobs in cyber would you say are remote versus hybrid versus fully in person? That's actually a really tough one because a couple years ago I could have gave you a good answer. 10 years ago I could have gave you a great answer. But it's gotten progressively more convoluted because what's happening is a lot of people came back in, right? Like in office. But what I've seen and what I've found is if you're really good at what you do, that is up to you. I've seen that across the board almost. Really good people can make their own hybrid, remote, in person, right? And it also depends on if the person's honest. And what I mean by that, I mean honest with themselves, because I'm a person, I need a hybrid schedule. I can 100% work from home, and I can. And some weeks I do, but I actually enjoy going in. Part of that is I run the SOCs, so like it helps me to go in and see what people are doing, like talk to them, that type of thing. But even before that, I used to always go in, and because getting separated away from like home, getting separated away from things like that are comfortable and all that stuff, and putting yourself in like a work environment for me helps. Not everybody feels that way. So if you're really good, you can make your position whatever you want. What port is the VNC server running on the authenticated Windows scan? Okay, let's check the port. 5900. There you go. All right, there we go. And we'll just go ahead and knock out the OpenVOS one since we're already here. But you'll see it's basically the same thing. You go in here, you sign in, right? In this case, they're actually using Parrot. They set it up. User created with password, blah, blah. Finally, we can start. Would you personally hire someone fully remote? Yeah, I have no problem with, I will say this. I have no problem hiring someone fully remote, but that person has to be a seasoned veteran for me. And the reason for that has nothing to do with the fact that I don't think other people can work remote. It's you're taking a risk when you hire someone fully remote. The risk is, can they work completely isolated without overview, without any of that? And maybe they can, maybe they can't, but seasoned professionals, and by the way, this is just starting it up. I'm not going to show you guys how to click 3 buttons. But some people can, some people can't. And usually the way I operate, I have some analysts that are fully remote. I have some engineers that are fully remote. Usually how I operate it is if you come in the office and you're doing really well, we can have a discussion about you going fully remote. I have no problem with that. But I have to be able to see that you can function in that environment, right? In that hybrid and fully remote environment. Because some people, I've had analysts that are super good, and you put them in a fully remote position and their work just slowly goes down. Why? Not that they're trying to. It's just easier to watch a YouTube video while you're working, or watch a movie while you're working, or do this while you're working, or and it just gets, I'm even guilty of it, right? I might be working and something comes up, or like I want to do something at my house, or like I need to work on something at my house, or I need to run to the store or something, and I might go do it, and I'm realizing my work slowly goes down. So I'm like, tomorrow I have to go in because I didn't even think about it. I got distracted and went off and did something. And that's just human nature. So I have no problem hiring fully remote people. I get it. In today's age, there's no reason not to. But also on the flip side of that, if you've ever been in a situation where an environment goes down, you need multiple people that can go into that office. So just know that like that's part of it too. Okay, for this module, the Windows target will be that, and the Linux target will be that. Okay, cool. Scan config. So here they're looking at the same. You can see it's almost identical. I told you guys it would be, right? The difference is Greenbone has a little more visuals here, but other than that, look, they're adding a new target. They're adding it, whatever. Port list, same thing. They're checking the ports. They're, in this case, they have the Linux auth, the Linux unauth, the Windows auth, the Windows unauth, same type of scans, setting up the scans. They're looking. You can see here, blah, blah. Those are the families or the categories, right? New task. They're running a task, blah, blah. Okay, this is them running the Linux basic, then the Linux probably auth is next. Don't really need to go through this. You guys understand. We did it with Nessus. It's the exact same thing. It's just working through a different user interface. That's literally the only difference here. Okay, these are the reports. The reports look the same. Exporting the reports, okay. You can see OpenVAS is very big on their visuals. They are big on like these, gotta have visuals, gotta have visuals, gotta have visuals. I get it, but you should never be exporting directly because you can use these, but keep in mind these critical, high, medium, lows. OpenVAS, unless you configure it completely, doesn't know your environment. So it's basing it just off risk based on the CVE or the whatever it is, the vulnerability, and you need to change it to match what's important for your company. And that's one of the big things. So, okay. So now, do we need to spin this up? Yep, we got to spawn a new one. We'll go back to this. These are really good questions, by the way. I don't stream that often, but when I do, I always stream longer when I get good interaction like this, which I think probably is common sense, but it is really refreshing to see people when they, what the hell is going on here? Okay, that was weird. But it is really refreshing to see people when like they have good questions and they're genuinely curious and trying to learn. Sometimes we get in here and we'll stream and it's like you'll go over an entire concept and like 10 minutes later someone will ask a question about what they just watched me say 10 minutes ago, and it's like, if you're not paying attention, what's the point? I think you guys are not only paying attention but also asking really good questions. All right, we'll wait on this one. And you can see, by the way, OpenVAS is free. You can scan as many as you want IP. So if you, like, for me, I think it would be close on Nessus for my home, not for my home lab, but for my home. But OpenBoss would be fine, and for my home lab, Nessus would be fine. And so setting them up and running vulnerability scans is really useful, especially if you're one of the people like me. I'm terrible at this. I get a notification that, hey, you need to update your Windows, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, whatever, I'll do it later, right? The nice thing about vulnerability scans, you can just have it email it to you or send it to you and whatever. And so you can be like, yeah, I have a Microsoft update. That's fine, whatever. And then the vulnerability report might come to you and you might be like, oh, it's like a critical, like I need to update it now. And so it kind of gives you that context. Backwoods said, I'm having trouble building out a plan. I have a job for now and don't plan on moving, but I don't know what I want to do long term. Yeah, that's a lot of young people, right? Is you don't know what you want to do long term, and I understand that. But you also have to understand that just taking a step in the right or in any direction is the right direction. What I mean by that is you said, this is on 8080, you said you don't plan on leaving your job. Well, that might be your plan, right? Your plan is to work where you are. Like that's what you enjoy doing. Okay, I don't know. Maybe it's just not up yet. So while I understand what you're saying, that like you're saying, hey, I don't really have a plan. I don't know what to do, blah, blah. It sounds like you do. It sounds like you do have a plan and you do know what to do. You're going to stay where you're at. Long term, you got to figure out what you enjoy, what what you want to do. If you don't want to leave, well, that's your plan for now, right? But in the meantime, I would start identifying all the different disciplines that interest you and start digging into them and find the one that interests you the most, the one that you can see yourself spending your entire rest of your career on, and then take a step forward, right? As long as you're moving forward, it doesn't matter if you're moving forward in anything particular, right? Another thing that people don't realize is it's okay to make a mistake. It's okay to go, I'm really interested in cybersecurity. And then you get into cybersecurity and you're like, I actually don't like this at all. That's okay. That's totally fine. Like if someone was like, you can be a doctor, right? And I'm like, okay, sounds cool. And then they're like, you can make $500,000 a year. I'm like, oh, that sounds really cool now. And then I go to med school and I'm halfway through it. I'm like, this sucks. I hate this, right? It's okay to be like, I don't want to do this. It's not worth the money to me, right? That's totally fine. Where it's not okay for me, I guess I should say, is when I go to that med school, I say, hey, this isn't for me. I'm going to drop out. And they say, okay. And I drop out and then I go work at McDonald's. Nothing against working at McDonald's. What I mean is I'm just sitting there. I couldn't, my personality, I can't do, it's not like I'm like, I have to work myself to death. Like it's not that. I have to progress. I'm a person that if I'm not progressing, I'm not happy. And that's in life. That's not in my career. That's just in life in general. I have to progress. And if I'm not progressing, I struggle. I start to get, depressed in the right word because I'm not really that type of person, but I start to just not be enjoyable and enjoy what I'm doing, right? What type of operating system is the Linux host running? Okay, so we'll go to scans. Hopefully they already have it done. Results. Okay, we should have the those are all the 100. So those are all the, let's see. Yeah, it's 1 through 10 of 456. I'm not going to do that. Well, I will be working my job for 2 years. Well, if you're aligned with threat hunting right now, I mean, you're already on your way, right? You're already doing really well as far as your path. So there's no reason to, like, you don't have to jump ship because you don't feel like you're progressing fast enough. It's okay to take some time, right? For it to be a slow, methodical process. So what I'm trying to say. What type of operating system is the Linux host running? One word. I swear to God, if the answer is Linux, I'm going to be pissed. Ubuntu. I could have guessed that. What type of FTP vulnerability is on the Linux host? Where's the vulnerabilities? So as you can tell, yeah, Voxnut, appreciate you, buddy. Send me a DM. Okay, perfect. I'll get you scheduled, my man. So one thing about OpenVOS compared to Nessus, as you can tell, is it is much more convoluted and difficult to kind of maneuver, right? So you can see, okay, that was just Linux host discovery. So we'll go to scans, we'll go to assets, operating systems. We should have two. We should have Linux and then Windows. Okay, Windows Server, Ubuntu Linux, that's ours. All right, and you can see it's already a pain in the butt. So we'll just go to results again. On the Linux host, we'll just filter by this. I don't know why that tilde is there. There we go. Maybe it automatically applies it. I don't know. Okay, I think these are all. Yep, there we go. Okay, so we're looking for what type of FTP vulnerability? Is it just the anonymous login, FTP login reporting? Anonymous login. Okay, it's 4 words. So anonymous FTP login reporting. FTP login reporting. At least they say it's case sensitive, because sometimes that is a nightmare. What's the IP of the Linux host targeted for the scan? See, this is where I get annoyed. Why are we just wasting our time doing? What's the IP of the IP that I just gave you? Like, come on. What vulnerability is associated with the HTTP server? Well, I don't know, because I'm not sure which one it is. What is what vulnerability is associated with HTTP server? Well, there could be multiple here. There's 8080, 44380. Here you go. So clear text transmission of, can I copy that? Come on. Clear text transmission of sensitive. Clear text transmission of sensitive information. Information via HTTP. Now, case sensitive, so better get it all right, right? Okay, we got that done. My goodness. All right, and then here you go. Here's your reporting, executive summary. Now, the big thing to take away here from the reporting and executive summary is, again, don't take, when you're doing vulnerability management, don't take the report as is and then just like present it, right? Let's say you have a critical or a high or a medium, right? Assess it, have a method, a repeatable process, a method of taking these vulnerabilities, assessing them, adding whatever enrichment context you need to say, okay, it's a high, but it's on a non-critical server with no PII, no data, no PCI, none of that stuff, right? And so therefore it actually can be declassified or lowered to a medium, but the medium is on a critical server, so it needs to be high, and etc. Like, take those into consideration and have a repeatable process of doing so. All right, the vulnerability recommendation section. So yeah, make sure you're actually having the findings, like a section of findings and remediations. Make sure you have that. I've actually gotten some pen tests where they have no remediation, which is okay, whatever, you know. But then they also don't have their methodology. So then what ends up happening is it's like kind of like a whack-a-mole game. It's like they'll say there's a vulnerability here, and you're like, okay, well, let me look at it, and then we'll look and be like, we don't see that vulnerability. And then we'll be like, how did you see it? Like, because you obviously used a different method than we did. We don't see that vulnerability. And they're like, well, we don't disclose our methodology or like our, whatever SOPs. And you're like, okay. And so then you're like, well, I can't validate that this is an issue because you're saying it's an issue, but you're not telling me how to fix it, which means I can't validate if those steps have been in place. And I also can't validate how you did it. And so I've seen that where it's like that weird like interaction, and it gets really frustrating really fast. You're like, what the hell? Why did you do the pen test if you're not going to actually follow up? And that's why it's really important to have that that remediation step and the proof of concept. And one of the nice things is you have that a lot of plugins in Nessus in them have those remediation steps. So those are really nice that they're already pre-built in there. All right, so that was the vulnerability assessment. So that was what I had planned for tonight's stream. So let me know what you guys like, if there's something else you guys want to see, if there's if anyone else wants to chit chat, if there's anything else you guys want to do. I'm going to grab some water, and because I'm actually out, and then you guys let me know in the chat what else it is you guys want to do, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Looks like nobody said anything they want to do, so I'll take that as a sign as everyone's kind of ready to roll out here. You can't get enough of listening to me. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. That's an interesting one. Maybe elk. I don't have time to do an entire stream on elk as far as like tonight, because I would be here quite a ways. But we can do a stream on elk for sure. If you want to, Backwoods, I think you're in the Discord, like, unless you just have someone just has that name. But if you are, yeah, go ahead and ask but if you are in the Discord, Backwoods, put that in the live stream requests channel, because I can do a stream on elk. That's fine. I'm not gonna stream for multiple more hours. But that's a good topic. I actually think that's a good topic. I feel free to ask, man. I'm not gonna just like abruptly end. Like, if you guys have questions, I'll sit here all night. If you guys have questions, I just don't want to. I just don't want to sit here and. It's hard to. It's not like I don't. I'm trying to say this without like shitting on streamers, but it's hard to like stream as far as it's not like playing a video game where like I can just be playing and like talking to you guys. Like when I'm doing it, like I also have to be, my mind has to be thinking about what I'm doing, which gamers do too, obviously. But I'm saying like my mental capacity is actually being forced to think of a problem solving while also trying to respond. So it sometimes it's just mentally hard at times to like do it for 6 to 8 hours or something like that. What would you consider the severity of a script visible used to create admin account and the password automated based on the PC host name? Okay, you'd have to give me some context on that one. Of a script visible used to create admin account and the password automated based on the PC host name. So you're saying like your help desk or somebody has a script that's visible somewhere and they're using it to create admin accounts with a generic password, or you're saying like an attacker is creating admin accounts? That's what I'm trying to discern there. What training have you benefited from the most? That's actually a really good question. I've never had that question. It may surprise you. That's a really good question. I have a couple answers. I'm trying to think of which one actually benefited me the most. Yeah. It's a great question. I personally think the one that has benefited me the most is not like a certification training, or there's a global exercise every year for the military that and I'm not going to say the name of it, but I mean you can Google it. But there's a global exercise every year for the military for cybersecurity, and that I attend that every year, and sometimes I do the red team, sometimes I do the blue team, and it just kind of depends on how I feel and stuff. And that always has benefited me the most, I feel like. And the reason isn't because it has nothing to do with the training you get or anything like that, because I get really good training. Like I basically do all SANS courses, and in my opinion, SANS is hands down the best. And the reason I say that is because I've talked about SANS before, but SANS across the board is the best. Meaning, yes, there might be like OSCP might be better than GPEN as far as validating your skill set and things like that, but across the board, right? SANS has courses across the board. They're hands down the best. So that's neither here nor there. But anyway, and I've had amazing training, but I think those real world, like this is a real situation, like some of the engagements I've done, like I've attacked states and stuff like that, like more sophisticated attacks and then what you do in like a pen test and stuff. And I think some of those have benefited me the most, like because it's just more of a high stakes pressure situation, which is more realistic than like a cert. Because like if you fail a cert, you can go take it again. Like some people get test anxiety and stuff, but like I don't really care about tests. So it's one of those things, like I don't feel that high pressure situation like I would with real world. Another one is at the end of most SANS courses, there's a CTF, and I've never lost one. And that adds like a real world pressure to me, and I like that a lot. I think that helps me a lot. So I says I stumbled upon a PowerShell script saved on a C drive used on a Citrix server. Okay. To get the hostname of a machine and generate a user, then give them a username based on the host name. Okay. Then give a password to this user based on the name and give them admin privs, which means if you know the host name, you can recreate the username and password of every other server. So yeah, I mean, obviously that's a problem, but I also know Citrix pretty well, and it depends on what you're doing. If you're using like Citrix Desktop, where it's using the script because the desktop's going to be torn down every time, it's not that big a deal because the desktop's going to be torn down, right? If it's a persistent Citrix and it's like the actual Citrix server where like the, all the different things are sitting, that's different. But you shouldn't generate recreatable passwords in the first place regardless. So it's definitely a problem. It would be under like, I can't remember the exact tactic that under the MITRE ATT&CK framework, but yeah, it'd be under one of the tactics, like weak passwords or something like that. It would probably be a medium for me. It could be higher depending on what's on that, right? If that's like there's critical data on that Citrix server, or if you're presenting applications that could cause criticality and stuff like that, it could get much higher. But just off the bat, I would say maybe a medium, maybe even a low, because you're still not going to guess the password unless you know that script exists, which at this case, it sounds like you need physical access to the server. It could be. I'd have to look at the tactics to get the exact one, or to think about which one it is. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely a problem. Like you shouldn't leave it there, right? But again, it depends on what's on those Citrix servers, and then it would depend also, like I said, is it the Citrix server doing like a Citrix desktop, because that's totally different. Like that would make total sense. You're spinning up a desktop, you're creating an admin account, and then that desktop goes away when the user goes away. So it's a way for them to have admin access to that desktop in the short interim. So like that, I can understand that. I still don't think it's best practice, but I can understand it. What about everybody else? Anybody have any questions or anything they're curious on? And by the way, there's also there's opportunities, I'll say, in the Discord. There's an opportunities page, and you can ask me. Usually people throw questions in there, or in the questions, once I get enough questions, I will do a Q&A video. If you guys would rather do like a Q&A live stream, I could do those as well. But really good questions, actually. Backwoods was really good, and then those were really good questions also. Yours was a very specific scenario, so I'm curious kind of where that goes, but I'm curious, like in the long run, where it goes. Q&A live would be great. Well, feel free to ask questions now, but if you have, like, if you want to throw it in the live stream requests, so, and the only reason I have you do that is so that I know, like, hey, you have enough questions that you want to do a Q&A, and then I'll schedule the Q&A. Do you think your learning should be directed, or just learn about what interests you as you go? So it should be both. Right? It needs to be both. The biggest problem I find with people when they're struggling with learning it's not that it's not directed, or they're what they can't figure out what interests or whatever. The biggest problem is typically they're not actually interested. So there's people that are interested, and then there's people that are obsessed. And the reality is cybersecurity is such an interesting topic that there's a plethora of people that are obsessed. So if you're not obsessed, you look at people and you go, how does he know that? And it's not hard for him, not because he's not trying harder, but because he's enjoying every second of it, and he's just obsessed with learning it, right? And that obsession can become a habit if you make it. And that's really what a good, successful career looks like. And so you're learning while you need to be going towards what interests you. You also need to have some guidance on that, because what I see happen a lot is people that only learn about what interests them. Think about it from a cyber perspective. What interests you? Most people, it's going to be like offensive techniques or hacking or pen testing or this or that. What about the rest of it, right? You're missing all of that because you're not trying to learn it. And what typically you find is you don't need the direction. You need to change the way you think. And what I mean by that is you do an attack, and a lot of people, this is how their mind works. A lot of people, they do their first ever Metasploit or their first ever pen test, like piece, or like their first ever shell, reverse shell, whatever. And they get hooked on that dopamine hit of like, I just took over a machine. But they've never in their head go, how? Why did I take that machine? Like, what just occurred? And they never reverse that process. And it's unfortunate, because I'm very fortunate in the fact that when I started hacking, it was very early in the stages of hacking being a thing. And I got very fortunate that I started then, because the internet was not what it is today. There was no social media. There was none of that. So you couldn't just go online and Google how to hack. Like, maybe you could, and it just wouldn't give you much, right? You had to really immerse yourself, and you had to really, if I wanted to learn how, like, for instance, when I use the example of I got suspended in my freshman year for taking over the school computers. That's an example where I did that. I didn't go, that was fun. Let's see if I can take something else over. No, I sat there and I did everything I could to reverse engineer. How did I even do that? Because the way I did it, I didn't understand it. So I had to re-understand all of that by going and learning every fundamental piece of what just occurred to allow me to do that. And that curiosity is what a lot of people are missing. And you can learn that. When I say you can learn it, I mean, you can create a habit of obsession and learning. You just can. It's simplistic, right? Replace what you do now, your video games, your whatever you do. I don't know what you do on free time, right? Replace it with true dedicated learning. And over time, repetition, years will go by where your body and your mind long for that learning rather than long for that, whatever video game and stuff like that. So a lot of people want that dopamine hit of the attack, but they don't have the curiosity to figure out why it works. And therein lies the struggle for a lot of people. And I get it. It's an exhilarating feeling at times. And so I totally understand it. I don't think those people are dumb or like couldn't be a hacker or whatever. I know a lot of hackers that do attacks, myself included. I've done attacks that I don't fully understand at times. And because I know it'll work in a pen test or something, and I don't have time to like reverse it right now, and I know it'll work and blah, blah, blah. I understand that. I have nothing against people that do that. But, what's up, Umar? But at the end of the day, what makes a hacker has absolutely nothing to do with technical ability. It has to do with that curiosity. Simple, right? There's hardware hackers all over the world that, if you follow like a Reddit or something, they will hardware hack like, a smart light, and all they can do with it is turn it on and off. And like, it is the coolest thing in the world to them. And I think it's pretty cool too, right? But I'm not going to, I don't care how that attack occurs. I'm not going to go learn it. I'm not going to, I do know how it works from a theoretical perspective, but I'm not going to go learn the attack because I don't give a shit, right? But that is what interests them, right? It doesn't make them less of a hacker than me, right? Because I do network pen tests. It makes them a hacker through and through because they were curious. They backwards reverse engineered it, and they learned it, right? So hacking is a mindset. It's not necessarily a skill set. And that will throw people for a loop, but that's the reality. I could teach you how to hack something tomorrow. Does that make you a hacker? It's up to you to decide. That's not up to me. But I can teach you a Metasploit module that can teach you how to hack environments tomorrow. And that's why it's called script kiddies, right? Does that make them hackers? I don't think so, right? When I started learning German, I learned only sentences. Once a friend of mine said my German was not that great, I started analyzing every single word so I can manipulate words in different ways. Exactly. Like, if that's what interests you, you become great at it. If you truly love something, you become great at it. It's got nothing to do with, it's kind of like going to the gym, right? People, like, my whole life, I've gone to the gym my whole life, my whole adult life, because I've been in the military my whole adult life. So I've worked out my whole adult life, and all my friends, like from growing up, have always been like, oh, this kid's always, the guy's always in good shape. He's never like blah blah, and like they assume that that's like, that it's like an easy thing, right? I get that all the time. Like, must be nice, like da da da. Like, I don't feel bad for being in shape. I don't feel bad for being good at hacking. Like, you're never gonna guilt me into being like coming down to your level, right? The reason I'm in shape is because, number one, I have to be for the military. Two, I enjoy it. It mentally helps me and stimulates me, right? So, like, it's what I do to alleviate stress and feel better and all this other stuff, right? And other people do other things. Like, it's fine. But that's just the reality, is like, why aren't you going to the gym? You can say every fucking excuse in the book. At the end of the day, it's because you're lazy. Prove me wrong. How you gonna prove me wrong? Show me that you can, right? I get the argument, well, I don't have time. That's a big argument. That's a fake argument, okay? I've seen guys getting their master's degrees on deployments while getting shot at, fucking, while working every day, and also studying for certs. Like, oh, but I don't have time. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You don't make time. That's the difference, right? You have time. I promise you have time. I promise you. You'll never convince me you don't. And at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. Hacking is... The thing is, like, people think that, like, I get the argument from a lot of people because where I'm from, hacking is not some... And Kobe, I appreciate you, by the way, brother. Hacking is not like a common thing, right? It's not common anywhere. But it's really not common where I'm from. And so it's one of those things, like, I get a lot of people that say, like, oh, it's because you're smarter than everybody. Those are the same motherfuckers that when I was in high school and doing shitty as hell in my grades because I didn't care, right? The same people saying this dude's dumb as hell, right? Same people. Why? Because they ain't going to be happy for you today. They ain't going to be happy for you tomorrow. They weren't going to be happy for you then because they suck. Their problem, not mine, right? You want to be successful? Be alone. And I mean that wholeheartedly. Be alone. That doesn't mean be alone from like significant others or whatever. It means separate yourself from everyone around you. Look at what they do and say, I'm better, and be better. Do what they do times 100. You want to be the best hacker in the world? Okay, cool. Show me. Go look at everyone in your college right now that's trying to be a hacker, right? Go look at every kid in your school right now that's getting the same degree as you. I've told so many guys in my Discord this. You want to be better, or you want to get a job out of college? All right, here's the key to success. And you take notes on this. Go through your college class. Find everybody that's graduating with the same degree as you. And I've done some of this shit. Say, hey, let's compare our resumes. Look at all their resumes. Find out what is wrong with them and make yours better. You're competing. It's not a game. This is your life. You're going to win. You want to win? Then win. That's life. It's easy. Life is easy. Here, the reality is life is going to be hard. You can either make it hard or you can make it easy. How's that? Put the hard work in now and then your life becomes easier. Or put no work in or minimal work and your life's going to suck or struggle the whole time, right? Like, it's not that difficult. Yeah, exactly. Backwoods. Like, that's an example of, like, that's the hacking mindset. Like, try hack me. Like, if you've watched, I've only done it a handful of times because I don't want try hack me to ban me or anything. I don't even know if they would, but go watch. I've done some videos on try hack me where I've just used their box because I know they have a VM and like an Active Directory environment, and I'm just showing something. Like that's an example of where, like what you just said, Backwoods, which is use the environment to figure something else out, but like use the tools at hand, right? That's just the mindset you should be operating in. But no, the reality is, if people are honest with themselves, then they will realize if they're not successful, it's because of them. It's that simple. It's because of them. Because you may say, well, I'm not successful because, I got the shit end of the stick. I'm in a country where the laws are hard or the money's hard or da-da-da. I get it. You have a harder start. I'm not disagreeing with that. But at the end of the day, if you show me one country, any country in the world, I will show you somebody that succeeded out of that country. And that means you can too. You're going to have to work harder. You're going to have to beat everybody. But why can't you? Right? There's one of my favorite. So if you guys know, I'm a big basketball fan. One of my favorite quotes ever is Kobe Bryant when he literally, well, it's not a quote, but it's a story. And I can't remember if it was the Olympic Games. I think it was the Olympics. They were training for him, the Olympics or for the Lakers. And a rookie came in and saw that Kobe came in like 2 hours before practice or something like that. So the rookie came in 3 hours before practice, right? And he came in, and when he came in, Kobe was already there working out. And the guy said, dude, why are you here 3 hours before practice? And he said, because I knew you would come, because he heard him talking about it. And he said, and I wanted you to know you will never, never outwork me. And if that is not the truest statement in the world, It's that easy. Life's that easy. Hacking's that easy. Anything you worth doing is that easy. It's do it or don't. And I'm getting off my soapbox, but I'm very passionate about this specific topic because I have so many people. I mean, to be fair, I have like I don't know 20,000 subs or whatever. I get so many people hitting me up, basically telling me why they couldn't do what I do because I'm smarter, because I'm in America, because of it's all a fucking excuse. It's all an excuse. I have so many people. I'm in the military. I have so many people in the military that tell me, must be nice, blah, blah. Must be nice to make money or do this and that. It's all an excuse. It's all on you. Like, you're never going to make me feel bad for succeeding. You're not. I promise you. I get people in my... Go look at my comments in my videos. I get people all the time hating on me. I don't give a fuck. Like, who are you? Who am I? Who cares? Right? Like, I make content so that you guys can learn something. If you learn something, awesome. If you don't watch the video. I don't care. Like, I don't care. All right. And now I'm getting off my soapbox for real. I don't want to bore you guys with this, but I am passionate about it. I'm actually not even sure. I know Vox asked about my Streamlabs link, and I actually don't even know if it's set up to pop up on screen. So hopefully no one did donate and it didn't pop up. I apologize if it didn't. Streamlabs sets that up automatically, is what I'm saying, and I have no idea if it's still set up. Because I used to stream 10 years ago. I used to stream on Twitch. So I don't know if it's still... It wasn't actually 10 years ago, but it was a while ago. All right. What other questions do we have, if any? I feel like I just went on a tangent and everyone's like, what the hell? So there's a motivational speaker, and I wish I could quote him. I don't know his name because I heard it, but it wasn't. I didn't listen to his talk. I heard it out of context. But he called it. It was a perfect description. He called it the lonely time, and what it is that place in your career, in your life. Throwing some knife hands. I love that. But he called it the lonely time, and it was a perfect description, honestly. And I never had heard it before. And what it was he was saying there comes a time for successful people in their career where you have passed everyone around you, and so you're more successful than everyone around you as far as your friends and stuff like that. So you don't want to hang out with them, right? Because they're going to bring you down. But you're not quite as successful as the people you're trying to get to. So you can't quite hang out with them yet. And so you're right in the middle. And so you're just alone. And, you know, the way he describes it is that is what makes people, because you will either rise to those people and become exceptional, or you'll get drugged back down by those people, right? And I have so many friends that I've had to separate myself from because of that. And it's a perfect description, because if you have no friends, you're always in the lonely time, and then you're already there. You're halfway there, right? You're halfway there. But like the way he described it is so true, because you will get to that point in your career, if you're successful, where that happens, and you're like, what the hell's going on? Like, because it, at least some people aren't social people, so like it may not affect them the same. But I'm a social person. I'm introverted, but I like social interaction. I just don't like it a lot. And so like I'm one of those people that like I was a social person in college and like in high school, and so like I got to that stage, and I remember distinctly like feeling like, dude, I don't like my friends. I don't like the people around me, but I also don't want to just like not have friends. And like I remember that weird time, and like you just kind of have to decide what's, and like, you know, the way he described it was just really well done. And so I recommend looking it up if you guys want a good motivational conversation or talk. What other questions do we have? Can be related to anything, if you guys have questions. Also, not trying to sell you guys, just trying to give you guys the information, because there was confusion on it. The Patreon, you guys can get resume reviews, all that stuff on there. Where can we find that talk? I'll actually look it up, because that's a good question. But anyway, on the Patreon, the different tiers, everybody gets a one-on-one, but the higher tiers get like one-on-ones plus resume reviews and feedback and stuff like that. So if you have questions on it, feel free to ask. I'm not going to sit here and sell you on it. I'm just letting you guys know, because people were asking about the resume reviews. So I'm pulling that up right now. Well, I'm looking for it, right? Well, that's AI's generated answer. That's not really that good. How would I advise someone if they're on the defensive side to learn pen testing? Well, you're already halfway there. So you should be looking, if you're on defense, you should be looking at yeah, and ProDoc said he was the same way. He just kept to himself. And sometimes it's not intentional, because like COVID's an example where, right? But it propels you. It will propel you. You have to be able to sit with yourself and be honest with yourself. Like, I'm very honest with myself. I think about it all the time. And I'm hard on myself, but I'm also fair. And that's when I failed over and over and over again. It's allowed me to succeed, because it's literally like I'll fail and I'll be so upset with myself, but I will learn from, I will intentionally sit and think about it and learn about what did I mess up? Where could I have done this? And what did I learn from that? Right. And that's where doing that alone is so much more beneficial. But how would you advise someone to learn pen testing? If you're on the defensive side, you already are looking at it, right? You're looking at an attack come in. You just need to look at that log and say, what'd they do? And then figure out how they did it, why they did it, all that stuff, right? An example would be, hey, I see this weird man in the middle using LLM&R. What's LLM&R, right? It's that mentality, right? Well, LLM&R is an outdated protocol that we should have gotten rid of defensively. Well, why does the attack work? Well, the attack works because, you're able to intercept and redirect, right? Like there's all kinds of ways that you should be, from a defensive side, seeing it. And again, that curiosity. You want to learn pen testing? Then it's simple. You already know what to look for on the defense side if you're in defense, right? Well, if you've ever done serious pen testing, it's not really about beating the technical side. It's about beating the defenders. So if you know how a defender thinks, how would I beat myself? That sounded terrible. Not what I meant. How would I get around my own defense, right? Being on the defensive side actually is a huge benefit, because you can say, all right, I know this will get caught, so how would I avoid detection here? And then you can build your tool or your payload to get around that detection. Let's see if I can find this. All right, I can't find it, but so I do apologize. I told you guys to find that talk, and I cannot find it. It was a YouTube video that I saw it. I don't know who said it, but I will try to find out who said it. So if you're in the Discord, feel free to put that question in the questions, and I will try to get that answer for you if you care that much. It's not that long of a like quote or whatever. It was like I don't know, not even 5 minutes, maybe 2 to 3 minutes of him saying it. What other questions you guys have, if any? Fire away. Fire away. What have you learned later in your career you wish you knew before? I had a really mean joke. I was gonna say how to spell career, but I'm just fucking with you. What I learned later that I wish I knew before. I wish I had understood before. That's not even a good one, but I wish I would have understood before the value in critical thinking. And what I mean by that, I mean, as a younger person, I just thought I was just fixing stuff when things would come up. And like I would just fix it, and I would like move on, and I'd fix it and move on. And I never understood how much value that adds. And so when I was going into like interviews and all this stuff, I had this innate ability to explain things. And part of this comes from, if you guys know my background, I didn't always work in IT and cyber. I worked in a manual labor career. And so a lot of it comes from me having to, or talking to people like that, and then having to talk to executives and things like that, and talking to, like, explaining it to an executive, like as if I was talking to that guy, right? The manual labor guy, because he doesn't care about IT. He doesn't understand. And so I got this innate ability to explain things in a way that like are digestible. And I never understood the value of it until later in my career. And I probably could have propelled myself way earlier. But I also like don't wish I would have, because it's one of those things, like if I would have propelled myself way earlier, I may have missed on some of the fundamentals that I have now. And so it's like a constant, I don't have any regrets or anything like that. So it's hard to go back and say that, but that's one of the big ones for me is I wish I would have recognized my ability. As much as everyone on YouTube probably thinks my ability is my technical ability, my real value is explanation, presentation, and soft skills. is my big value. And so reporting and stuff like that. Like, so my soft skills are very good because I've spent so much time practicing them that I think they actually add value way beyond my technical ability. That's a really good question, though. I'll probably think about it even more and come up with a better question or a better answer later on. All good. What are some things that someone starting in this career field should focus on? So that's a question I get all the time, right? Is like, if I'm just starting at pen testing or whatever, what should I do? It depends a lot on when you say you're just, because some people say I'm just starting. And what they mean is I have 5 years in IT and I just got OSCP and now I want to be a pen tester. Or I literally just graduated high school and I want to be a hacker. Like, they're two totally different spectrums. So like, it depends a lot on, like, my advice, I don't give cookie cutter advice. Meaning I don't go, well, every hacker should learn this and just move on. Like, I can't give you accurate advice unless I know what you're, like, where you're at in your career. And that's not me avoiding the question. That's just honest. Like, so many of these content creators, and I'm not shitting on, some are really good. Like David Bombal, I think he's great. But like, so many content creators are very much like, let me use some buzzwords and, bunch of kids will watch it and boom, and you're off to the races. Let me use some thumbnails and tags and we're good. And like, I get it. It's a game. You get money off of it. I understand it. It's for-profit business, but it's just not my cup of tea. Great questions, though. All right. What other questions do we have, if any? Really good questions tonight, actually. It's been a long time since we had really good questions. We usually get a couple of good ones, but I don't think we've had a bad question, which is usually pretty unique. Also, since I don't stream on YouTube, that, like, we just transitioned to YouTube. I've been on YouTube forever, but we just transitioned the streams because I used to do them only in Discord for a reason. Some of that reason is on Saturday nights, one of my hobbies is bourbon. So I like to have some bourbon. And so I wanted to make sure, because sometimes it gets a little out of control, not in a bad way, but like, it's really hard to get deep into complex issues when you can't think, right? So sometimes I like to keep it off the YouTube, but I understand that there was a lot of people that can't make the streams, so I wanted to give them a chance to watch it back if they want to. So we're here back on YouTube. Is what it is. We'll take the hit. So if there's something you guys want to see on the live streams specifically, let me know. It doesn't have to be a topic or anything, but like, if you're like, hey, that I'd like to see this, or I wouldn't like to see this, or whatever. If we did do some drops at times for like merch and stuff, and again, I don't do this for profit. I really don't care. People were asking for merch, which surprised me really, like, a lot, because, like, to me, I mean, look at YouTube. I have 20,000 subs. There's people with fucking 20 million subs. Like, it doesn't really, I'm not a drop in the bucket. So like, for me, it was very surprising to see some of that stuff. And so if there's something that you guys are like, hey, like other YouTubers do this, or you know, you should do this or whatever, feel free to drop it. Like, you're not gonna hurt my feelings. Like, I'd much rather hear what you guys want to do or what you guys want. If there's certain, like, I know I have a bad habit of covering my screen. I've gotten a lot better about that over the years. I know I have a bad habit of like not zooming in far enough. Like, if you guys see anything and you're like, hey, really think this would help you, throw it in. Like, go for it. So, yeah, if you guys let me know, we're running up on time here. So if you guys have any other questions, let me know. We'll allow a couple more questions, but if not, we'll end it here shortly. I want to give you guys a chance to really ask whatever questions you have, if any. Because I think we've had a really good stream tonight as far as questions. I'll say that. And sometimes I get weird questions too. Like, I've had hold on. I said, am I an intermediate or advanced pen tester if I'm at the top 4% in Hack the Box, or does this mean nothing? First off, and they said this is my last one for the day. So first off, you can ask anything you want. Like, I mean, like, you don't have to, this doesn't have to be your last one today. If you have a question, I'd rather you ask it, because I can't always stream all the time. So this is a good chance for you to get to pick my brain if you have it. Second thing, it doesn't mean anything. I'm going to be honest with you. It means you answered a lot of questions. An example of that is, like, I avoid Hack the Box. I did a stream on Hack the Box, so that's on me. But I hate Hack the Box, not because their content, because of their business practices. And so for me, like, if I don't need to go on Hack the Box for something, or someone doesn't request Hack the Box, I avoid it. So, like, there's a lot of hackers out there that Hack the Box is fun, but, like, if you're a pen tester or even just a cyber person and in general, and you do this every day for a living, and you do 8 hours a day, it's not normal to then get off work and go to Hack the Box and keep going. I say it's not normal. It's common that you'll see people be on Hack the Box. It's not common that you're going to see them grinding it, even though they already have a job in the field. They may do some boxes. They may have fun with it. Like, I'm an example where, like, I do some boxes. I have some fun. I have no idea what my rank or percentage is. I don't care. Try Hack Me. I've been 1% for like years. I don't care. It's just how many questions I've answered. So it's not a portrayal of skill. It's a portrayal of questions answered. So examples like this box. This box was 2 hours, took nothing. It was really pretty simple, and you could have someone go through 20 of these in a day, and they're gonna start climbing those ranks really fast. So it's not to say that you're not skilled. It's to say that, like, there's a way to play the system, and that's why it's not really that, like, not that serious. I love that they have leaderboards, I'll be honest, because it does generate what they want, right? People get excited when they're the top 1% and stuff like that, and I think that's really important to drive business and have that be your marketing, because I do think it's important. But I should explain myself better. I'm just starting to get into IT. Well, first off, it's common for people to explain themselves that way. It's not don't feel like you didn't explain yourself. I'm just saying I try to avoid that type of advice of just do this and you'll get there, like, because it's not true. So you're just starting to get into IT. hopefully, I don't know if that means like you have a job in IT or you're just starting to studying for A plus on my own. I know everyone says CompTIA trifecta, but is there anything else that would make my resume stand out? Well, first off, you don't need to thank me for my time. Like I said, I do this because I enjoy it. I genuinely enjoy these conversations. Like I'm serious about that. PP, that is one of the most honest and funny comments because it's so true. Like you can hit try hack 1% and so fast, but like people will put it on their resume. So that's actually hilarious. But the biggest thing is like there's a reason people want you to get the CompTIA trifecta. And I tell people this all the time. The CompTIA trifecta, it doesn't mean shit, but the reason they do it is because if you get Security Plus, Net Plus, and A Plus, it's one cert renewal. That's why they tell you to do it. It's just smart. It's got nothing to do with it being so skilled or anything. It's smart, right? If you're already getting A Plus, you're going to have to get Sec Plus if you're going to be in security. You might as well get Net Plus to get one renewal, one fee, one cert. So that is why they tell you to do that. Definitely recommend it because it's easy. How do you get it to stand out on your own? All right. People aren't going to like the answer. I'll tell you that now. Go for a cert like GSEC. It's a SAN cert. It's expensive. It's not insanely complex. It's a somewhat entry-level cert. Why does it stand out? Because a lot of companies won't pay for it, which means you paid for it. And if you're willing to invest in yourself, so will companies. It's that simple. And I hate to say that. If you're talking about just certs, I'm not saying that's the only way to stand out. I'm saying if you're talking about just certs, I have whole videos on how to stand out if you want. Vulnerability assessment. The reason I did this box, and I talked about at the very beginning, and maybe you guys weren't here, is because when I first started my career, I needed to get real world experience, and I couldn't get it. Like just doing like I couldn't figure out how to get it. I would go to businesses and go to government entities and go to anybody that would literally answer my phone. And I would say, I'll do a vulnerability assessment for you. And they would say, why? And I would say, just for a letter of recommendation. And then when I finally started to get into like real, like, hey, I have a job. Every job I went to, I had letters of recommendation from everybody. So I could tailor it to people. I could show that I've done all this stuff, even though my resume, or not my resume, but my experience didn't show that. So again, you can easily get to where you want to be if you want to be there bad enough. I really like try having you, but I think a lot of people won't understand the value of the material unless they have more context. I agree with that, actually, 100%. But that's the same with Hack the Box, in my opinion. Is the value of the problem? The problem is Hack the Box and Try Hack Me have the same problem. They're trying to market towards entry level, but anything in cyber is the value comes when you have enough IT background to understand how to apply the cyber principles. And so you're learning cyber principles, and it's like Security Plus. People get Security Plus, they learn it, they're like, this is awesome, I got it. They brain dump it all. Then 5 years down the road, after they've been in IT for 5 years, they get a cyber position, and they're like, yeah, I have Sec Plus. They couldn't answer a single question on the test. And then they start to learn how to apply those cyber principles because now it's starting to make sense. And that's just, unfortunately, that's just the loop we're in because Hack the Box, Try Hack Me, they're going to sell. They want to sell. Like, they need to make money. So they're going to sell, right? But they don't care who the audience is as long as people are buying. But the audience thinks they're now cyber experts. They think they're pentesters and hackers. Like, I get people all the time that tell me they can out hack me, and cool, I don't give a fuck. Like, what does that mean? Who cares, right? And like, that's an example. Those are the kids that are like getting on here and like, oh, I can do this, and I can do this, and I can do this. But it's like, okay, let me give you a simple task that you would get at a regular job, and they can't do it. And it's like, what value do you bring, right? So I agree with that 100% with what you're saying, Backwoods. And I don't know the fix for that. Like, I have a lot of opinions and thoughts, but I don't know the fix for that one. Because I don't think without saying, Hack the Box used to be really good at this. Because Hack the Box, you used to have to, when I first got in Hack the Box, you had to hack into the site to get an account, right? It was a super simple, I don't even remember the exact hack because it's been a long time, but it was super simple. It was something like you looked at the source code maybe, and then it took you, there's another link, I can't remember, but you had to do something, I want to say it was like a session, I don't remember. But anyway, you used to have to hack into it, and that separated the entry-level people. Like, the only people I used to talk to that would do Hack the Box were like serious hackers or people that were like pretty good, right? And then it just became more and more entry level, more and more entry level, and then it became like literally, it became to a point where like a kid hops in my Discord and is like, you, like, an example is like my Recon NG video. It's a good example of like my fuck up, and I won't take it down for that reason because I want people to see. But like, when I'm doing videos, I'm focused on trying to be clear, concise in what I'm talking about. And I'm actually not paying attention to at all, really, to what is going on the screen, because I've already done I've already done my prep, right? I already understand what I'm going to teach and like that. And like the Recon NG video is an example where I went through it and like I ended up saying, like, I can't remember what I said, but it was something like, okay, and here's the admin page. You found the admin page, you found this, whatever. And if you look to the right, it says like 400 error or something, like page not found. And so people were like shitting on me, like, basically like along the lines of, that means it's not found. You don't even know the difference between the error codes or whatever. And it's like, yeah, I didn't fucking read it because I was so focused on like, okay, I'm getting to the next topic. I got to move through here. I got to transition. It's like I have a flow in where I'm trying to go, and I'm not paying attention to the content. And like, that was a mistake, obviously, right? Like but like, to pretend I didn't know the 200 code versus a 400, the reality is they want to feel like they know more than me, and that's fine. Feel like that, know more than me. I don't care. And that's what sites like this are breeding, is like that I can't remember the name of the effect, but where you know enough to get yourself into trouble, but you don't know enough to know you know nothing. If you ever heard of that, it's like you know enough to think you're an expert, but you don't know enough to realize you're not. And that's kind of what it breeds, and it's not their fault. Like, they have to sell tickets, right? At the end of the day, but yeah, that's what it was. You had to get that's what it was. You're right. You got the invitation code was like in the source code, and then you took it but like, even that was just enough that, like, I remember when it first came out, like, you couldn't Google it. There was no way to find it. I remember that. And so like, you had to do it. And it's like, if you can't do it, you don't have access to our site. And like, that just separated it. It just made it from people. Like, good example, people fucking hop in my Discord all the time. I need help with a botnet. Let's, give me a botnet because I'm going to hack everybody. Like, you think, like, do you actually think that's how it works? Do you actually think you hop in a random Discord, you ask for a botnet, they give you a botnet, and then you're a hacker overnight? Like, do you really think that? And the answer is no, they don't think that. They just want to feel power and superior, and that's just how it is. As unfortunate as that sounds, but that's just how it is. All right, what other questions we got, if any? Great questions. Coming up and still hitting the great questions. But I wouldn't say that being top 4%, by the way, in Hack the Box is nothing. Like I said, I don't know what my rank is. I don't even know how to check. Let me look over here. I actually genuinely don't know how to check because didn't used to have a rank, I don't think, in Hack the Box. I'm trying to figure out how you figure out what your rank is, but yeah, I don't even see how you see your rank. Either way, I do most of the Hack the Box Academy stuff anyway, but oh, you said okay, that's why I was like, I don't even see where you can see that, but yeah, the Try Hack Me stuff, you can get there really fast, so it is what it is. It's how many questions you answer. I understand why they have it. I think it's cool. I really do. I actually genuinely think it's cool. I think I'm like 6,000th or something, which I think I do maybe one room, maybe 2 rooms a month, probably on average. And it's like that gets you to 6,000th in the world. That's wild. If you really wanted to grind, you could probably get in the top whatever pretty quick. I just don't have time for it, but I think it's good for people that have time, right? Like people that are trying to get in the industry that really want to learn. It's a great platform for that. Great platform. Yeah, building out labs is definitely more important. The problem typically that I see with people building out labs is they're not building realistic labs. Like I see people that are like, oh, I built a file server and it's got SMB, so like I can hack into it. It's like, okay, cool. That's not realistic because a couple of reasons. One, you got to have an Active Directory. And then I see people that are like, oh, I built an Active Directory. I've got, 5 or 6 users. That's not realistic. What company has 5 or 6 users with an Active Directory? Really, really small companies, like that's not going to help you. You need a real environment with hundreds or thousands of hosts and hundreds or thousands of users. How do you get that real world experience? Like you're never going to be able to replicate exactly real world experience. So you do the best you can, you virtualize as much as you can, and you try to mimic as best you can, or you invest in yourself and you eat some shit for a while, live poor for a while, and you save as much money as you can, and you get certs that have real world experience, like Sans, where they have real labs that like hack into real like environments, or you have like cyber labs, or even like the offensive security has a SOC lab. Like they're all out there, but like you got to pay for them, right? Because it's expensive to run a lab, like to run a real lab. So it is what it is. Just understand that if you want the experience, if you want to get real world experience, you have to do it. And it's not as simple all the time as being like, well, Stuffy, what do I do? Like, who do I go talk to? What do I go download? Like, you have to go do something. Like, you might have to go talk to people, right? You might have to go to everybody around you that has an IT or a SOC and say, hey, here's what I'm trying to do. Can I shadow? I'll do it for free. I'll do it on my lunch breaks. I'll do it whatever. Can I shadow? And if they say no, okay, let me go talk to the next people. Can I shadow? No? Okay. Can I intern for free? No? Okay. Can I do this? Can I do that? And just be the pest. Like, be okay with being the pest. Like, I talk about it a lot in some of my, but one of the ways I started hacking professionally was I worked with some of the Secret Service, and it was the first time I heard or I saw a hacker like for a living, and I bothered that man. I mean, I feel bad for him. I'm probably in his nightmares. I bothered him every day, nonstop. I didn't smoke. I went to the smoke shack every time, every break, everything. I bothered him so much. And I told him straight up, I'm not going to leave, and I'm not going to leave you alone until you tell me like how you got here. And he eventually did. And then I did, I mean, there's a whole story about it. We can do a whole live stream about how I got to where I was, or how I got to where I am. And I just was relentless. And that's what you got to do. At the end of the day, that's what you got to do. Some people don't have to, right? Like my journey, some people have it way easier than me. Some people have it way harder than me. You know what I mean? Like my journey might be cake to some people, but it's my journey. And so some people have it really hard, and I get it. But the second you're willing to give up, it's not for you. End of story. All right, guys, it is time for me to hop off. Let me know if you guys have any questions. Feel free to throw them into the Discord. There's a questions channel. You can ask anything anytime. You can at me, and I'll get back to you guys. If you guys want to support the channel, check out the Patreon. You'll get way more out of it than just donating, because you get all the extra videos on the Patreon, the one-on-ones, the resume reviews, the mock interviews, all that stuff. You get access to all that. Time to pay the piper. So you get access to all that on the Patreon. It's better to do that than to donate. It's better to do that than donate, just because you get value out of it. If you just donate, awesome. Appreciate you, respect you. But I'd rather you get value out of it. You don't have to donate, obviously. Subscribe if you haven't. Follow the channel, put the notifications on, whatever. I upload 1 video a week. I'm going to try to start doing 2. It just depends on my time. If you guys have something specific that you want to watch, like a box or a technique or just questions or whatever, throw them in the Discord. I've had guys literally put a video request in on the Discord, and an hour later I started uploading it to YouTube. Like I made the video right then. So if you guys have something that you want to see, sometimes it's that easy. So appreciate you guys. Appreciate the support. Also appreciate the conversation. It was really, really good actual conversation and questions tonight. And if you guys run into anything, feel free to reach out. The whole point of the channel is to progress the profession, and not just to like gain views or anything like that. Like it's to progress the profession, right? Like we all benefit if we have a better defense. Pen testing is defensive. Yes, it's offensive in nature. It's defensive in practice, right? So we all benefit if we have better defense and stop attackers. So let's do that together, guys. I appreciate you guys. Hope you guys have a great day. And again, check out the Discord, check out the Patreon, subscribe, all that jazz. You guys know the drill. Appreciate you guys. Have a great